Tell her I'm not last. No, don't say it like that. It sounds like I'm really, really, yeah, I don't think she knows that. And she's working, so she don't got time. Yeah. She just said, you know, how make
Okay, bowlers, welcome to shift 2. We're a little late, but we got a few minutes right now, so we're going to do the announcements. Again, congratulations to our new inductee, Isabel Rioux. Tomorrow at the same time, well, hopefully a little earlier, we will be inducting Frank Buffa. I'd like to introduce, we have 2 national coaches here, Rich Husseini, if he's here, if he could wave, and Tyrell Rose. Thank you for all your hard work for us. I also want to thank Jeff Kovac and Kurt Ridgewell for all the work on the live streaming and the YouTube. Thank you very much. What we're going to do right now,
on vous souhaite la bienvenue à ce deuxième chiffre, cette deuxième ronde des championnats canadiens. À nouveau, on aimerait féliciter Isabelle Rioux pour son intronisation au temple de la renommée de la Fédération. Wouhou, Isabelle! Demain, espérons un peu plus tôt, il va y avoir une autre présentation pour le temple de la renommée, ça va être Frank Buffa. Alors, on vous demande bien entendu d'être là pour souligner ce grand moment dans la carrière de Frank. Également, en ce moment, on aimerait saluer 2 coachs qui sont présents cette semaine. Il y a Rich Usina de Calgary, félicitations, merci, et Tyrell Rose qui se promène là-bas près de Johnny Boy. Ah, il fait des babayes en plus. Merci, félicitations aux 2 coachs pour votre implication.
okay, thank you.
Excusez, j'ai oublié. Merci à Jeff Kovac, puis à Kurt Ridgewell aussi qui ont pris la relève au live stream, à la présentation sur YouTube. Merci beaucoup les gars de faire ça pour nous. Très belle qualité.
Okay, so we have one award to give away, and I'd like to ask Jacques Cote to come up to lanes 46 and 47. So every year we have a Bowler of the Year award, and we're a little late because Jod's been busy. So Jod was the Adult Female Bowler of the Year for 2023. Some of her highlights include 6th place in Canadian Team Trials, Trios silver medal in IBF World Championships, Trios bronze medal in the Pan Am Championship, and several top 10 finishes in international competition. Congratulations, Jod, 2023 Canadian team member.
On voudrait aussi souligner la présence de Jade Côté. C'est la joueuse adulte canadienne de l'année 2024 pour la Fédération canadienne des skis. Elle vient de Farnham, au Québec. Quelques faits saillants de sa saison dernière au championnat canadien, elle a été sixième place. Ensuite, au championnat du monde IBF, elle a gagné une médaille d'argent en trio, en équipe de 3, et une médaille de bronze en trio aussi au championnat panaméricain. À tout ça, il faut ajouter plusieurs top 10 à certaines compétitions internationales. Jade, félicitations.
Okay, now we move on to the shift leaders for shift 1.
Okay. For the men, the shift leader is Mitch Hupe with a score of 1452. Great bowling, Mitch. And for the women, it was Felicia Wong with a 1363, 1363. Great bowling.
Petite présentation rapide pour souligner la performance de nos leaders de la ronde du matin. Chez les hommes, Mitch Huppé avec un 14,52 et chez les femmes, Felicia Wong avec 13,63. Félicitations, monsieur, madame.
Jane will... Now normally they get a nice beautiful trophy, but thanks to our mailing system in Canada, they are lost. So they will be mailed their awards. It was in Canada Post.
Okay, I got the mic back. It's my pleasure to introduce the ladies for Team Canada. So if I call your name, please stand on the approach. And we'll start off with Christine Johnson, Felicia Wong, on the approach, Christine on the approach, Jade Cote, Jennifer Pisana, Corinne Bouchard, May-Yen LaChapelle, Miranda Pandis, and Tiffany Griffith. And the members that are unable to attend the team trials today are Brittany Turcott and Marissa Naylor. So the athletes competed in the Pan Am Championships in Reno, Nevada in August, and Lima, Peru, the Pan Am Champion of Champions at Lima, Peru in October. So the ladies finished 6th in doubles, 7th in trios, and 4th in team events at the Pan Am Championships. The athletes that attended the Pan Am Championships were Brittany, Felicia, Jade, Karine, Melissa, and May. And the bottle fell on the floor. At Champions of Champions, Jennifer and Miranda finished 5th in the doubles. Miranda was 8th in the singles, and Jennifer was 10th in all events. Congratulations on your accomplishments.
Chris vous a fait la présentation de l'équipe féminine 2024. Je vous redis les noms rapidement. Christine, Felicia, Jade, Karine, Jennifer. Who's next? May, Miranda, Tiffany, puis il en manque deux aussi. Il manque Brittany Turcotte puis Marissa Naylor. Ces jeunes dames ont représenté le Canada en 2024 à différentes compétitions internationales. On parle du championnat panaméricain à Reno et aussi du championnat panaméricain champion des champions au Pérou, voilà, au mois d'août et au mois d'octobre 2024. Les femmes ont terminé 6e en double, 7e en trio et 4e au All Events des championnats panaméricains. Les athlètes qui ont participé au championnat panaméricain étaient Brittany, Felicia, Jade, Karine, Marissa et May. Au tournoi champion des champions, championne des championnes, Jennifer et Miranda ont terminé en 5e position pour le double. Miranda a terminé 8e en simple et Jennifer 10e au All Events. Mesdames, félicitations pour votre année 2024. Moi, je voudrais juste mentionner, j'ai dit que c'était la joueuse de l'année 2024, Jade Côté, mais c'est plutôt l'acquilleuse de l'année 2023. Alors, petite correction. Anything else?
We just got news. We are skipping 53 and 54. Affects the men. So everybody after that pair will be jumped down and you will see your names come up. Okay? And we're going to turn on the lanes pretty quick for practice.
Petite précision avec la pratique débute, on va sauter les allées 53-54, alors il va y avoir un décalage, OK? Donc les allées 19-20 vont être utilisées. Si vous êtes sur 21-22, décalé sur 19-20, on va comme décaler comme ça, on s'excuse du petit désagrément. Je vais faire la modification dès maintenant parce que je viens tout juste d'être avisé et ensuite, dès que vous voyez les noms sur les écrans, vous allez pouvoir commencer la pratique. So, very sorry about that. I've just learned that 53-54 won't be used. Just give me a couple of minutes to change the lane assignment in Lexer. So you will be moving like on the left, right? And this pair will be skipped. As soon as you see your name, you can start practice. Don't forget to make your pairs.
Okay. All right, so here we are. We are shift 2 of the 2025 CTF Canadian Team Trials here. Shift 1, we had some scoring issues. It ran about an hour and 15 minutes longer than expected. And then the well-deserved CTF Hall of Fame induction of Isabelle Rioux. So the lanes are oiled. We did just get word that one of the pairs on 53 and 54, which had a problem earlier in the day, is not going to be used. So it looks like they are going in. They have to change the lane assignments. I think they're shifting everybody to the left. 53 and 54 was one of the ladies' pairs. So yeah, they're going to be doing that. Hopefully it only takes a few minutes before we get practice underway.
Yeah, so 53 and 54 had issues right when we got going this morning. It had to be manually scored for the entire first shift, and they've decided just to not deal with that this shift. So the girls are going to slide over into where the last set of lanes that the men used. So should shift everybody down a bit. So now they just have to adjust the names for the screens and in their scoring system so that everyone is on the right lanes that they're going to be on. And should be getting underway shortly. We're currently about hour 20 behind schedule.
Yes, so unfortunately that happened. Issues did pop up in that, and hopefully with this this Lexer program here and the names on the screen, I'm already seeing some of the ladies' names pop up. Yeah, and that's what it is. So I see Daniel's grabbing his ball. So it looks like they're just shifting everybody down. So I think 21, 22 was the first pair, so they'll be 19 and 20 will be the first pair now. So hopefully once we get the names on here, it looks like they're actually moving pretty quickly here, getting them up there.
Oh, yep, they're popping up now for the guys. Perfect.
Yep, and once they get them in here, we'll get practice underway. So I pinned the Lexer website there in the top of the chat. So scores are updated now. As you heard, we had Mitch Houpe led the men with 14.52. Felicia Wong led the women with 13.63.
Yeah, so
So what I'm going to
practice will get underway shortly. They're going to get 15 minutes of practice before we start our shift 2 here.
Yeah, while we're doing this, so I'm going to bring up the pattern here. So we have CTF Team Trials 2025 Day 1. We are on shift 2. So this is the shortest of the patterns, 39 feet, 29 mils of oil, 2.28 to 1. Pretty flat across, got that nice block of head oil there. I think this pattern, we saw a lot of urethane down the last one, but I think this one is, urethane's going to be the play right off the start for a lot of people.
Yep, I would assume that would be the case as well. So do see a lot of urethane balls out on the racks. And practice has begun. Okay.
All right, yeah, so that's the thing, as I was mentioning, 39 feet, this is the shortest of the pattern. They haven't put out anything shorter than that. We talked about that in the first live stream, that most of these international tournaments they go to, they're not putting out the real short patterns. They're mostly between 39 and 45 feet, which is what they're going on alternate here.
2.28 to 1 ratio. I think this is the tightest ratio that we have of all the patterns.
Yeah, I think they're all in there. I think I think about 3.5 is the roughly is the highest ratio there. So the lower the ratio, the lower you get 1-to-1, the harder it is. 1-to-1 would be flat right across. The higher you get, the easier shot. So I'd say maybe like a typical house shot or something is probably in the 12-to-1 range, somewhere in there. So these are challenging sport patterns here. As you see, if you click that link, you go on there, you can see. So the leader for our men currently after shift 1 was Mitch Houpe, Darren Alexander, Graham Fa, Francois Lavoie, Jacob Emo, Chris Gutierrez. That's your top 6 on the men's side. On your women's side, you had Felicia Wong, Jessica Lee, Miranda Panis, Jad Cote, Jennifer Bassana, and May Yen LaChapelle. So, I mean, really, not too surprising with who we're seeing in the top 6 anyways. Chris Gutierrez with the JR Pro Shop guys. It's good to see his name up there with his teammate Jacob Emu. Maybe on the women's side, I don't think there's any surprises there. But I mean, if you look down 7th, 8th, 9th, going all the way down, there's still a lot of players in contention. It is only one shift in. They still have this shift and then another one tomorrow before they start making the cut to the top 50. So there's some players in there. If they like these little bit shorter patterns, they can be making a move.
Absolutely. A lot of people are still behind and they want to make up a lot of pins, and a lot of people are wanting to the short pattern. A lot of people like these. They can be higher scoring if you're good with the urethane bowling ball and comfortable playing outside parts of the lane.
Yeah, I think that though too, even with 39 feet, I don't think you have to get into urethane. I'm sure it's going to be the choice, but for a lot of people, I don't think it's going to be.
Yeah, there are other people you can play this in many different ways. So.
Yeah, so just like the first stream, we've got 3 cameras. We'll be rotating through, give the players a little exposure, a couple frames on each one before we rotate back. We've got one on the women from 55 to 58. We've got the ones right in front of us, we're 47 to 50. And then we've got another camera down on the low end, 31 to 34. So, with these players were supposed to shift sides at the end of this, so we were supposed to get different bowlers. With them having the pair down and having to move everybody down, it might put us back into some of the same bowlers. So if we did miss some bowlers earlier, we might not see them on this squad as well.
They're a little different than where they started last time. I believe Daniel started last squad on 47, and he's starting on 49 now. So
Okay.
so we've half the same starting people, and then half a new group.
Okay.
So we should see some new faces if we didn't get everybody through on that first shift.
Yeah, and if not, we will tomorrow have definitely a change in that. Hopefully, when the squad is done, hopefully they can fix the issue on 53 and 54. We might even go back to the way they had scheduled. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to take a little quick break here off the mics, stretch our legs for a second, and we'll be back once the lights go on for action. Okay, so that is going to wrap it up for practice. So we're here live, Laurentian Lanes in Montreal, Quebec, Canada for the 2025 Canadian Team Trials. This is shift number 2.
Yes, shift 2. Maybe quickly throw that pattern up one more time.
Yeah, that's
a 39-foot oil pattern. Yeah,
29 mils, 2.28 to 1. I think we're going to see some urethane. I actually did see quite a few gutter balls in practice, people trying to swing it a little bit. So we'll see how they end up playing the lanes here. So, all right, so here we go, game 1. So we did have all of our lane assignments. They kind of got messed up. So I don't think we're going to be calling off the names. You guys should already know who you're looking at here. And most guys have names on their shirt. It's up on the screen. We did get through the first squad with that. And we'll see. So 3 cameras are going to be rotating between them. Got this one at the low end, and then we'll move our way back up in front of us here in 47 to 50. And then the third camera's on the ladies.
Yeah, so it looks like this pair here we're starting with. We got a couple of current team members, Sly Young, Alex Garreau, and Darren Alexander are going down here.
Yeah, and that's one thing, just like last stream, I pinned that link at the top of the chat. Click that, it will take you to the standings. I'm hoping this squad runs smoother with the online scoring, with the scores here get updated quicker, and less glitches on that, but we'll see what happens in the transition from games 1 to 2. Fingers crossed. As always, we'd like to thank everybody for tuning back in. We're up to over 200 viewers already. We were 270 to 300 in the last one, so we got a lot of people back.
Wonderful. Be sure if you're tuning in to press that like button and share it with a friend that maybe wants to watch themselves.
Yeah, so I have a comment in there, where's the junior standings? So it looks like everything is all grouped into one. All the juniors are the youth. They have a star beside their name. So on the men's side right now, it looks like it's Francois Nicolas May-Martel, followed by Mathis Blanchette, Adam Jodoin, Caleb Iggett, and Chase McIver. That would be leading on the boys' side. On the girls' side, you have Jed Cote, May Yen LaChapelle, Mandalyn Turner, Alex Ann Auclair, and Samantha Cirillo. And that would be the order of the women. There's on the women's category, the girls' category, there's quite a few youth under there. So if you check that link, check the settings, everyone with a star beside them is a youth bowler. I know, okay, it says if you scroll down, all the junior standings are there. There's an all rankings tab which shows the separate division. I'm not sure if I've got there yet.
It's easy enough to find.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll work out. Okay.
Chris, thanks for tuning in, Chris. How come you couldn't make it out this year?
Yeah, I believe that your name was mentioned as one of the team members that could not make it. We do hope all is well. Yeah, we got to, let's get the chat going. Let me know who you're here to watch, who you're rooting for. I know we had people down in the States. We had people rooting for Zach Wilkins. We had people from out in BC rooting for the JR Pro Shop guys. Of course, we've got people here in Quebec cheering on the locals. So Chris says he had an injury a couple months back. The pain comes and goes. So
sorry
that's
to hear that, Chris.
Yeah, not good to hear, but we hope that you do eventually make a full recovery and get back on the lanes, because you're definitely missed. Your name has been mentioned a few times. Okay, let's see here. So we got 4 on that pair, 5 on that pair. Yeah, Jason D, not much shape to this pattern. Looks like straighter angles are the key early in the shift. I agree with that. I think where it's going to come into play is 2-3 games in, as it starts to transition a little bit. You know, even Darren went through the face there. We got someone here Ostrom. Kurt, we need more bowling content on your channel. Always enjoy watching your regional videos.
Awesome, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, there will be. Got a lot of stuff planned for 2025, so we're gonna get going once we get home from team trials. I plan on bowling a tournament in Michigan on the 12th, so I'll be filming at that one and hopefully getting that up and out on the YouTube channel as soon as possible.
Yeah, so we got Dave scoring issues since the pair not being used now. Sounds like the center scoring system is glitching, or is it Lexer? We don't know.
It's a combination of the two. The scoring system here in the house attached to Lexer, like they're not being friends right now.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's not cooperating.
I know Guillaume is running around like crazy, and honestly, I don't want to ask him.
Yep. Stay ahead of his way while he does his work.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's had a long day, but he is working his butt off to get that. And I'm hoping if that pair on 53 and 54 was the issue, causing basically all the issues, hopefully by skipping that pair it's fixed. But like I said, we'll find out game 1 and 2 what's going on. So we just flipped back over here, so we are directly behind this pair on 47 to 50. Up on 49 there, we got Chris Gutierrez out of BC with Team GAR Pro Shop. He's up in the standings.
Currently sitting 6th, picks up a spare. And over there on lane 47, you had Michael Vitale just with the strike in his Harry Potter Gryffindor jersey. Here is Daniel Kwan on lane 49. He had another great start to his trials. He's currently sitting 13th, and he is on the front 4 to start here.
Okay, so we did apparently, just want to check, where was that? Yeah, they have it in correct, so it's Chase McVicker. Chase McVicker, not McIver. I just want to see, where's his name? It is Chase McVicker. So we've been pronouncing that wrong. Apologies. Thanks for correcting us there in there. Okay, so we have someone in here. Do you have any insight into the global schedule? Yeah, so Team USA Trials is going on right now. I believe they finished today. We started today. And right now we're just running the live stream. We don't have the schedule. We're not sure where and when Team Canada will be competing. Interested to see a South Korea against Canada and USA. Yeah, I mean, it's always great when you're competing against other countries and all that, but as of right now, we do not know any of the schedule. Okay, gonna watch a couple more balls over here, and then we're gonna head over to the ladies' side. So if you are just tuning in, we have the one channel going. I've got 3 cameras we're switching between, trying to give everyone a couple frames of exposure here. And we'll see. Yeah, so we got Austin Ducharme there saying the team challenge is supposed to be in November in Hong Kong. And I believe there is a mention that's an IBF tournament. That was in there in the last stream. Someone mentioned that. So the commentary on this one's going to be a little slow to start, just like last squad. I think until we get a game or two in and really see some scores and where people are at.
Yeah, I think I need to get myself a coffee. Hopefully they got a pot going for me, because
Yeah, you need some caffeine.
I need some caffeine to keep me going here.
So yeah, Kurt had a lunch and I think it knocked you out a little bit.
Yeah, a little carb heavy there. You know, had to have a poutine. When in Rome, right?
Yep, exactly. When we take a little break here, wander over there, see if you can grab a coffee. Give you some caffeine and pep you up. Because we're in for it, because this is game 1 of game 6.
Yes.
So yeah, and we got Dave in the chat. He's watching the stream on our drive to Phoenix. That's a long drive.
It is. Depends where you're starting. Can you say where you're starting at?
Yeah, no, I believe Dave is, don't quote, maybe he'll correct me, I think he's from Alberta.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna see, we'll switch over, we'll see Daniel Kwan throw this shot, and then we'll switch over to the ladies.
High 4-pin for Daniel.
All right, let's come back over here. So yeah, that too, the ladies got 5 and 6, so I think the ladies are gonna be slightly behind again. I think they just have more pairs with 5 on them. Some of the men's have 4, so they are gonna bowl a little bit quicker. As we mentioned earlier, the more strikes you throw the bowl, the quicker you bowl. So we'll have to see what the scoring pace is like after the first game. But just right now, you know, 4, 5, 6 frames in, scores are kind of all over the place. So we got a few in here. Dawn Hogue drilling balls, watching Jed and her, and my favorite. So Dawn Hogue, another Masters Team Canada member, tuning in, watching everything that's going on. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Joe's not here. I think that was one of Don's favorites that he was referring to, but Joe's not here.
Yes. Yes, Hogue. He competed last time we were bowling here at Laurentian 2 years ago. I believe he made both the adult and the Masters team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dave Kistler, he's from Calgary, so I was right on.
Chantel Garrett in her Harry Potter jersey with the strike.
Okay, let's see. Get her on one more shot there. All right, let's head back down here to the low end of the house. It's good to see in the chat there, we've got so many current, former Team Canada members in the chat, all catching up. Yeah, so there's a comment in there after Hogue made the team as senior, CTF changed the rules so seniors won't bowl this tournament anymore. Yeah, so they did change it so the seniors do not qualify at this tournament anymore. Like I said, I'm just running the live stream, not sure exactly the logistics of it, but they are now qualifying at the Canadian Mixed Championships. I believe that started last year with the tournament in Kitchener. And this year, I believe it was in Winnipeg in June. Yeah, we got Joe. Hopefully they bring it back one day. Nice to see all the bowlers bowling at the best bowlers bowling at the same time. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is if you look at the past, the numbers are kind of deceiving. So we've got 67 men currently here. And I believe it was 38 women. If you look in past events, the numbers were closer to 100 men, but you had 25 to 30 seniors there as well. So that brought the number down on there. In the chat, Alex Formosa. Hey guys, what's going on? Alex,
hey, Alex.
Chatham. Thanks for tuning in. Trying to look at some of these scores here.
Yeah, looks like Darren Alexander has open spare strike, a couple spares. He's getting some overreaction from what he saw in practice.
Yeah, it's him on the bottom at 34. Yeah, if you see us lean in here, we're trying to read the scores. Monitor's not too big, so it's tough to read sometimes.
I see a front three double gutter. That's always interesting.
What is that? Oh, yes. Yeah, we got in there, and Nicholas Northcott, yo, Darren Chan, make your damn single pins. Fool. The line
He's got one standing there, so let's see if he can pick this one up.
Yeah, from Guillaume, the line has already been a few times. Make your spares. That's how he basically finishes off every conversation. And that's right, we talked about that earlier. And when a tournament like this, you get on these really hard patterns. If you are struggling, you have to make your spares to grind it out. There you go. Made a single pin. Bouncing around down there.
Someone standing right by it, I assume.
Yep, probably just kicks the leg on it. Yeah, it's all good. And it's good to see we've got a wide range of people here from BC, Alberta. I think we have some bowlers from Manitoba. Let's see, Manitoba. Yeah, we do have some bowlers from Manitoba. So all over the country here, competing to make Team Canada. Last year's champion Darren Alexander up on 33. A little bit light. Still carried him around. Okay, gonna watch one more ball here.
Yeah, we see a lot of urethanes going down the lane, and then it looked like Alex Garreau was using a sub-zero forward and playing a little further left than everyone. So see if he can make that work for him.
Let's see, he was up on 31 here. We'll see one ball out of it. I saw it was a purple hammer in hand.
Aaron Craig.
Yeah, nice shot. All right, head back right in front of us. Okay, so we got Michael Vitale, Nathan Tang. I believe, is that Hartwin?
Yes.
Urbanski.
And then James Lee as well on 47.
Yep. Got Chris Gutierrez, Daniel Kwan. Zachary Pereira up here on lane 50. And I believe it's, is it Nicholas Cirillo?
Yes.
And that's on this pair. Okay, so Art Oliver Jr. in there. Free agent Darren.
Yeah.
What ball is he throwing?
I think you know what ball he's throwing. He's throwing a purple hammer. And it's his first one. because he has been on staff for many years, but chose a free agent route this year. So he's got a bag of a mixed bag of all different brands and he's trying a bunch of new stuff.
Yeah, so just on there, Darren is a free agent now. Yeah, Laneside Reviews. I believe that is Rob. Rob Johnston. Why would you ever throw anything but the purple hammer if you can?
I agree. That ball gives you good breaks. Okay, so Good's got the first strike in the 10th after a couple opens in the 8th and 9th and left a 9-pin here. So he's going to pick that up hopefully here for a 160 start. And there it is.
Yes, Laneside Reviews, Rob Johnson, also national team coach. Yes. I was pretty sure that was you.
Here's Daniel Kwan. Started with front 4, couple spares, and he's on a 3-bagger there.
And left 10-pin.
Left a 610. He's got himself another good start here. He's going to have at least a 230, if not more.
Yeah, they're in Austin saying because the purple doesn't work for everyone, some people like the smoother shapes better. That is true. You know, I think I've seen quite a few people that have been on staff and have actually made some pretty big moves to new brands this year.
Yeah.
No, pardon me. I want to say that, you know, like Andrew Anderson is one, was with Motive for a number of years. And I just believe he went back to the brands of Brunswick.
No, he signed with 900 Global.
Oh, 900 Global. And yeah, so he'll be throwing all the SPI stuff.
The only other big change on tour was Matt Russo went to Motive.
And who was he with prior? Do you remember?
I think he was with the Brunswick brands.
Yeah, and he went over to Motive. So, I mean, the difficult part of that, too, is a lot of these contracts guys sign are from the year start to the year end. So when you've got a tournament the first week and you're throwing all new equipment, yeah, it's getting, you know, thrown right in. All your new equipment, don't have much time to figure it out. I will say Darren is up there. I believe he was in second. Yep, he's second. He's only about 30 pins behind Mitch Houpe. So whatever he's doing seems to be working for him, at least in the first squad. Okay, let's head back over to the women. I see they're wrapping up that game down there. We'll stay on the women for a little bit. As soon as they wrap up, they're down on the low end, we'll go just so we can see the scores.
Yep, so I've wrapped up in front of us here. The biggest games I see are Daniel Kwan with a 246 game. Mm-hmm. Hartwin Urbanski with a 210 and Nathan Tang with a 211. Yeah. Looking around, nothing too big out the gate here.
Yeah, so. I see a 2-0 there, 180, 180, 170. So at least where we are in front of us, nothing too big. Daniel, you know, nice 246 game out of him. And then we've got our ladies on the pair we're on. Everyone's a little bit all over the place. Strikes, opens, splits. So yeah, some lanes are bowling just a little bit quicker than others. The women are about a frame and a half behind, which isn't too bad.
Nice game, Daniel.
I made a few mistakes. This is like not resetting on 10 frame after somebody hit the free throw.
Oh, that's all right. Still
Yeah, we got Cal in the chat. I've never watched bowling before, but I'm using it as ASMR. The sound of pins falling is really nice. It is therapy. Yes, it is.
Sure is.
Okay, I'm just gonna flip back down here really quick. I'll come back to the women in a second. I just want to see these guys throw a couple in the ninth. Oh, that's Brooklyn. 3.
Yep.
And that's one thing with these shorter patterns too. You tend to miss in, and it tends to grab and hook. You miss in, it's going Brooklyn, or that was probably, I want to say 4 or 5 boards in, and it almost picked off the 10 pin.
Darren's up on 34.
Yeah, you can see his elbow creeping up there on the edge.
That was
All
good.
right, nice shot from him.
Looks like he's still in the purple. I think he moved his feet to the left, but he's keeping his break point way out to the right still.
All right, let's see. Let's flip back here to the women. Okay. Just trying to see here. We got Jad Cote. She had an open, and now she's on a 3-bagger. I believe the other side is about the same. Alexandre Auclair did the same. Spare open 3-bagger. So far on the women's side, what we're seeing on our featured pair here is not too high scoring pace.
No. Looks a little lower than the last session, which is not a bad thing. We had pretty high scores that first shift, so. I do figure this would be probably the lowest scoring pattern of them all, so.
Yeah.
Through game 1, it's looking like it because they are much lower than they were earlier. We have Chantel Garrett's up here for her final shot in the 10th.
It looks like 173 for her.
Yep. 173.
Let's flip back here. We'll stay on the women for a second. Here. This looks nothing like Wii Sports Bowl. Nope, this is real life. Okay, just looking in front of us here, looks like there might be some issues with the lane.
I think there's just some confusion because they have sheets that tell them their next lane assignment, but it's off by 1, so.
Yeah. But wasn't Hartwin just here?
Yeah, well, it just says next assignment. It's telling Hartwin where to go, going 22. It
gotcha.
says arriving up top, Jordan Crossgree.
Oh,
But
gotcha.
he walked over to lane 50 as if that's where he should have been, but it's going to be 48.
Yeah, okay.
On 4 in a row, Darren Alexander, first shot in the 10th, 10 back.
Yes, I think he's going to be in the 225 range. What is that, 85, 105, 30, I believe 225 if he goes off. We'll come back to him in a second. So we've got Barry on there. Is there a way to find out which lane a bowler is bowling on? Right now, there is an issue. One of the pairs is down, so they had to change the lane assignments. So even the sheets we have might be a little bit off.
Yeah, well, everyone would just be one to the right for the men of where it says they are. So, I mean, yeah, if there's someone you're looking for, let us know, and we can let you know where they're at and if they'll be on the stream at some point.
Yeah, at least we'll try to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barry, if you stay tuned, I'm sure she will be on the stream here eventually, not this game. I'm not sure when. I don't have the sheets in front of me. We got Scott Gates tuning in. How you doing, boys? We're doing pretty good. It's been a long day so far. We've still got some more to go. Let me flip back here. Oh, perfect timing. So Darren takes it off the sheet. Oh, no, he's going to be 235. Yep, 235 for Darren Alexander.
Nice finish.
Come back here over to the women for a few minutes. Thanks again, everyone tuning in. We're up to about 270 live viewers. If you are just tuning in, this is the 2025 Canadian Team Trials. Laurentian Lanes, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Just a shout out to our sponsors here, CPM, Canadian Preferred Moving, Atlas Canada, Dexter, Buffa Bowling Distribution, Sport Canada, and FANA. Thank you to all the sponsors for supporting Team Canada and everything they do.
Yes, and thank you for tuning in. So be sure to press that like button if you're watching us live and say hello in the chat.
Yeah, we only got, we're 270 viewers, only 32 likes. So hit that thumbs up button. Help us get the YouTube algorithm going to get us up on the front page.
I see a comment there asking why I'm not bowling this year.
Yep.
And the reasoning was my body is just not ready for this many games of bowling. I have been bowling, just some league stuff, but dealt with a couple little nagging injuries throughout 2024, and it was just a rough year as a whole, but I'm ready to get back to it in 2025, so I will be competing in some tournaments coming up, but nothing with this amount of games over this many days. So I'm hoping to be back in bowling again next year at Team Trials in my hometown of Windsor, Ontario.
Yeah, so we got here Chris Haker. What time do you think they'll finish at? I want to try and make it before they're done. I mean, we started at like 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we started about an hour, just over an hour late, so.
Maybe 6?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to pop in, we're just in.
Just starting the second game.
Starting the second game for the men, and the women are just wrapping up the first one, so you got some time. I'm not sure how far you live from here.
Okay, just going to watch one more ball here on the left from the ladies, and then we're going to switch back to the pair in front of us. his strike. Okay, so we are on game 2 now. Yeah, hopefully we don't have any issues. We'll see what happens with the scoring once everybody is finished. It looks like most of the men are already on game 2. The women are just finishing up, so we'll know shortly.
Get both for Jordan Crossgreen. This is the spare there, frame 2. We have Mathis Blanchette up on 47. Another team member here, Nicholas Blagojevic.
That was a good shot from him. In a little deeper than some others in reactive. That shot actually looked pretty good.
Jordan Crossgreen, looks like he fell off that one a bit. Gets 10 to go back. Way to go, roommate.
Yeah, good shot there. I am just going to flip back here for 1 second. On the women's side here, we've got Jade Cote. She's already over 200. Picks up that spare. Yes, looks like she'll be 216 if the strike in her last ball and her fill ball. Was that Christine Johnston? I can't tell on the bottom left.
No.
Nope.
It's Olivia Solomon.
Okay. All right, so that's going to be a 215 for Jad. So that's looking like the high game. That was the only 200 on our featured pair for the women. All right, so we're still at about 270 people. We did this last time. Hit up the chat, let us know where you're watching from. If it's still all the same people, we'll have a lot of the same answers, but hopefully we got some newer people in here. Let us know where you're watching from or who you're rooting for.
Yeah, we had some people watching internationally, which is pretty cool. So, let us know. Jeff and I are both from the Windsor, Ontario area, and about 8.5 hours or so from here.
Yeah, it was a long drive.
Yes.
So we got Ron in the chat, Winnipeg. We've got Random Gear Gaming, Windsor area. It's Richard. Rooting for Jessica Lee. Kurt knows who. Random Gear Gaming. Richard.
Oh, okay. Yep. What's up, Richard?
Yeah, we got Florida. We got some Mexico. Thunder Bay, Ontario. Rimouski, Quebec. So we got people from all over again. Yeah, so Ricky Bobby Bowling, he's back in there from Louisville, Kentucky. He's bowling golf with Zach Wilkins a lot. Nice. Got Illinois. Cobourg, Ontario. Hong Kong at 4 a.m. Arnold Chan. That's dedication.
Certainly is.
Got Kingston. Okay, can you explain the format of this event? Is it like Team USA trials? No, it's not. I mean, the days and the games are similar. So today is day 1. They have 2 6-game blocks. So 6 this morning, 6 now, and then tomorrow morning 6 games. And after that, they cut to the top 50%. And after that block, they'll cut to the top 12. And after that, they're all 6-game blocks. And then after that, they'll cut to the top 3 for stepladder finals. The U.S. is a little different. They have like their running points total, like pin total, but they also have, you get points for where you finish each squad, and the lowest points, is the ones that advance to the team. There are no points per squad here. It's just your running total.
Yeah, it's just pinfall. It's continuous pinfall through all the squads until we get to the stepladder. Stepladder is a 3-person stepladder, and the number 1 seed must lose twice.
Yeah, so kind of the same on squads and number of games and stuff like that, but it's a different format on determining who's on the team. So we got here, let me click this. Okay, gonna watch.
Well, we have Marcus watching. You just had your brother on here in the last game. Hope you're able to see that one.
Got Deborah Chan, Calgary, Alberta. Please say hi to Guillaume for me. If we see him around, I will try, but he has had his hands full today with some scoring issues. Nice shot from Frankie. All right, let's see if Mitch Houpe can. Oh, he hooks on it.
Good two there.
Yeah. Ask Mitch if he got his shampoo sponsorship yet.
Those luscious locks.
Yeah, he's down there. He might be back at this end next game. We'll see.
Blagojevich here on 47. Certainly playing further left than anyone else over here, I believe. He's got a shiny bowling ball and a nice forward roll on it, I think, to get it through those fronts. And it is hitting the pocket very hard.
Yeah, and
he's got to keep doing that.
Yeah, he's spare 4-bagger. Okay, we had a question there. Is Kevin Maurice bowling this afternoon? Yes, he is. After the first squad, he is in 7th place overall for the men's side. If you click that link at the top of the chat, it will take you to the Lexer standings. You can see everybody's score. You click on the bowlers on there, you can see each individual game that they bowled, but on that main page, you just see their running total.
Shot for Jordan Crossley here. Every shot he's thrown looks very left out of his hand. He looks quite frustrated.
Okay, what I'm gonna do here, this is great news. So scores are up after 7 games.
Wonderful.
So on the men's side, we currently have Mitch Houpe still leading, Darren Alexander, Graham Fa, Francois Lavoie. Zach Wilkins made a bump up there. Let's click on Zach. Not sure. Oh, I don't think it's in. I didn't see it on the individual score, but the running total is there. Samuel Demers, 6th place, followed by Jacob Emu, Daniel Kwan, Kevin Maurice, Nicholas Blagojevich, Matisse Blanchette, and Christopher Gutierrez. On the women's side, Felicia Wong, Miranda Panis, Jessica Lee, Jad Cote, Jennifer Bassana, May Yen La Chapelle. Christine Johnson, Alex Ann Auclair, Christine Jolie, Cody McMaster, Angel Schuler, and Edeline Bissana wrap out your top 12. So if you want, click the link, click at the top that's pinned there. It'll take you to this page. You'll be able to see the standings. And yeah, be sure to follow that. Got Steve Walls in the chat. Hi guys, nice to see you. Good to see you in the.
Hey, Steve.
Now is that Walls Jr. or Senior? I don't know. Either way, we love you both.
That one looks better for Croskery. At least he was on the right side of the pocket there.
Yeah, came up a little bit light.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is Walls Jr. What's up, Junior? Yeah, that's
Thanks
one.
for tuning in.
Yeah, that's one thing too. The early shift is early. You know, so I expected a little more viewership here on the afternoon squad, just because it's not as early.
A lot of people work the mornings, so I know someone in the chat this morning had said they were watching in their break room.
Yep.
So, yeah, tuning in from everywhere. Thank you guys. We appreciate it. Make sure you press that like button. See if we can get the likes over 100 on this stream.
Yeah, we're up to 55 already, 283 watching. Hit that like button. Okay, is Darren the only other Windsor bowler? So bowling is Darren, Chantel Garrod, and Michael Vitale. Right?
Yep.
Yep, and then myself and Kurt. And then, I guess not really our area, but Sarnia, Jordan Croskery
Yeah.
made the trip.
Yeah, he is staying with us.
Not sure what happened there. Had a little black blip of the screen. Looks to be okay.
Okay, Nicholas Blagojevich getting a little high there, leaving 3-6-10 after a 5-bagger. So we'll look to pick this one up here.
Oh,
Out of the gutter, was able to trip out the 10.
Yeah.
Stay clean.
he's just gonna run back and take a seat. All right, let's head back over here to the women's side. Yep, Jeff just switched back over. I believe there was somewhere on there. Looking for Stephanie Vitero. She is here up on lane 57. Yeah, so with overall between men and women with just over 100 bowlers, we're doing our best here to try and rotate through and capture all the action we can, give everyone a little bit of screen time with one feed. I'm actually just gonna take a quick little water break here, so we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, just coming back in here for a couple minutes. It looks like there's a little bit of a struggle here on lane 33, 34. It's tough to read, but it looks like Francois, is that 80 in the 7th? It might be, I'm pretty sure it is. But also, okay, what did we have here? Let me flip back.
Nicholas Blagojevic had a bunch of strikes there. That game, nearly a 7-10 in the 10th, and then he was able to send a messenger, get the 10 out.
Yep.
But he whiffed on the 7, so he finishes with a 234.
Yep.
Still a good game. Outside of that, nothing stands out too big of scores. There are some low ones. There are some struggle buses.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a lower scoring pace than the first squad, which we kind of anticipated, and that is Francois.
I do see over to my right on the first set of ladies here, Samantha Cirillo's got the front 5.
And Francois got that. Okay, so like you're saying, 51-52. Samantha is on a string over there. We'll keep an eye on that. If something is going to be going on, I'll rotate the camera over that way. So we got Mitch Houpe. Yeah, it's tough to read the scores when they're up and the white is highlighted on their name. So some of them we got to wait until they're basically done.
Yeah, let's look at bowlers on 33. Struggled a bit at the start of this game, but seem to be stringing them now.
Yeah, okay, so when I clicked Zach's name on the thing, his individual score wasn't in there. Ricky Bobby updated, it was a 277.
It would make sense, he did jump in quite a few spots.
Yeah,
after that one
let's see
game.
how Mitch finishes here. Nice shot from Mitch. Come back here for a second. 49.50 there in their 10th frame. I'll watch them, watch him throw a ball. We'll go back to Francois.
There's a strike there for Justin Jones, so he finishes his game with a 168.
I wonder if Frankie made a ball change, because he just buried the last one, buried that one.
Maybe. You usually don't see him struggle for that many frames in a row. He's typically very fast at seeing what the issue is with something.
Yeah.
So, looks like it took a few extra frames, but he has got it now.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to what he was throwing or where he was a little bit earlier. So, but I'm thinking that's what it was. I think it was a ball change. He made the right move and he got lined up. I mean, he's going to have to take it off the sheet, basically for 170. You see, is that Houpe 172?
Yeah, 173, I believe.
173. All right, let's hear. We'll.
Not great. We will have Zachary Wilkins the next game on the pair in front of us.
Okay, Matisse Bibeau. Yeah, so we've got a couple of our guys that are up at the top struggling this game. So come the end of this game, we might see some leadership changes up at the top. I think the women are slightly behind again from where the men are. They've got more. A nice shot from Matisse.
Yeah, Bebo's looking to finish out here with a 222. And we have Ben Foster up on lane 50. his second shot in the 10th here. And he gets the strike. So he's looking to finish with a 212. It looks like he's going to go to the bag and try another ball. Yep. Bebo finishes it off with 222.
Yeah, good game for him there. And I think that's one thing is I mean, if you can hit one of those 220 games right now, from what I'm seeing, that's a premium right now.
Yeah. It is. There's a lot of 160s and 170s out there. So you pop off a 220, you're going to gain 50 pins on some people.
Yeah. Let's go back here and see Curtis.
Curtis grabbing his arm. It's not a good look.
No, hopefully he's okay there. We got a comment in here. How many two-handers are trying out? I don't have that information. I know on the ladies' side there are 2. On the men's side, I will
There's quite
say,
a bit.
yeah, but I will say in Canada here, I don't see as many two-handers, you know, in the adults in this division as you do in the U.S.
Yeah, no, you'll see a lot more over in the States, I think, still. But we do have quite a few here today. I think most of which are probably the Quebec guys. Bebo, of course. We, of course, have Zachary Wilkins.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I know Michael Vitale, he
Michael
recently
Vitale.
converted.
Yeah, so he made the conversion. He came out to team trials last year at Burlington Bowl. And his thumb exploded.
Yeah.
And it was like one of the worst bowling thumb injuries I'd ever seen. But he bowled through it all. A lot of tape going on and opening up of his thumb hole.
Yeah.
And when he got home from team trials, he said, nope, I'm going two-handed.
Yep.
And yeah, he's been working on that ever since, and here he is.
Yep. One thing I will say, at least in our Windsor area, we don't see too many two-handed bowlers. We don't, you know, there's a couple here and there. It's definitely not dominant like it is, like you're starting to see in the U.S. You know, like even our league on Tuesday night, there's maybe 2, 3. I mean, Michael, Doopy, Tyler. There's maybe 3 two-handed bowlers out of a 20-team league. So at least in our area of Windsor, Ontario, there down by Detroit, the two-handed, it's not as dominant.
You'll see it. You tend to see it come up more through the youth.
Yeah.
So we don't, and I feel like we don't even have too many two-handed youth bowlers in our area.
Okay, we're gonna watch Frankie finish off here. You were looking at the sheet there. I did see Curtis had grabbed his elbow again, so hopefully he's okay. 159 for Frankie. Yeah, and even Scott Gates is in there. He's saying maybe 6 to 7 youth bowlers in the area.
Okay.
Yeah, Tim, Tyler, Weeks. Yeah, there's a few, but it's definitely not, at least in our area, a big thing like it is in other areas. Barrie, Ontario has at least 10 two-handed bowlers. So yeah, it is coming. I just think it's in our region, it's a little slower to catch on. I know personally, I bowled my entire life. I've always bowled one-handed. I tried to throw a ball two-handed one time. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
You know, people say, oh, it's easier, but you still have to be consistent. You still have to hit your mark. You still have to have the release. Like it's still, yeah, I mean, in a lot of situations, the extra revs, if you're revving it up, can be an advantage. But like I said, I tried it, almost threw my back out, almost. It did not work well. So props to those guys doing it.
Yeah, it certainly has its challenges. The only thing that's really easier is that you never have to worry about clearing your thumb or tape and stuff like that when it comes to your thumb. But it does have its own challenges, and I think it's just very dominant on the professional tour because, power and speed means a lot out there.
Yeah, I mean, too, you see other guys trying it too. You know, if you follow Darren Tang, he's been trying it. He's actually done pretty well with it. I did see one of his, I don't know if it was a video or a comment, but he did the, what's the lane analysis? Specto. He did a Specto, and I guess they have an analysis where you throw so many balls and it rates you, and the lower you are, like it was like something under 15 is like you're professional.
Okay.
And one-handed, I think he said he was 10, and he was around 20 two-handed, like on the consistency and delivery and speed, and it revs you and all that. So I think you are seeing he is going to, for the most part, stick to one-handed, but you never know. He did bowl a couple tournaments, two-handed, all that, did very well. You never know. You keep working on it, it might get there.
I mean, you could even see a point where he bowls, straight with urethane with one hand, and as it's time to jump left, he goes to a two-handed ball. Because as long as he uses his right hand as a delivery ball, it's still
still legal. And I know that was one thing he was saying too, was his issue was on spares, is he's throwing two-handed, and then on spares, his 10 pins, he was throwing it with a thumb in, and he was having like a thumb, like feel issue, because you're not throwing it every time with your thumb.
Yeah.
And he was having that issue. Yeah, got Hash C in there saying going into year 2 of bowling with a 190 average. Would love to be out here within the next few years. And keep working on it. Keep working on your game, your approach, your delivery. You want to be repeatable. That's what you got to work on. You got to be consistent. And then too, and if you feel you're like, okay, I'm bowling league, I'm shooting 190s, but you're on a house shot and all that, you might get humbled when you get on sport patterns.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Make sure you practice, to be consistent, and then put yourself into any tournament you can that's on a sport shot, just to get that experience, Don't go out there with super high expectations when you haven't bowled on sport, and you're bowling with people who have. So go out there and just try and learn. And then, you could always throw your name in the mix for next year for trials, and go out here, because this is a whole different learning experience than just a regular tournament. This is a lot of games over multiple days and multiple patterns, and it's a real physical and mental battle.
Yeah, it is. Even getting back to the like practicing and bowling and patterns and that, over the time, especially now with technology, like I know with Booth for Bowling Distribution in a partnership with Kegel brought down the new Atlas Pro machine lane walker. They are using that here this week to dress the lanes. And that's one thing with the Kegel machines. You go on the pattern library, you can pick out any pattern you want in there. They usually upload like all the PBA stuff is in there. Back in the day, you couldn't do that when you had to manually shim a machine and do all that stuff, and it's completely different now. So if your house has one of these, the Kegel machines, it's definitely a lot easier to bowl on the tougher patterns and get them out there. Okay, so we got 55 and 6 is just wrapping up. I'm seeing 170, 158. This will be a 160, maybe 170 game. So nothing looking too high. I did want to come over here. 52. It looked like Sam Cirillo.
Yeah, she had started on the front 5, Sam. Then she had a couple of opens, and now she's on 3 in a row, which takes her through the first one in the 10th. So she's going to throw her shot for the second one in the 10th. We'll let you know how she finishes, because that will still be a pretty good game. Because looking around, the scores aren't too large.
No. All right, let's come back over here.
Jack Hendricks up on 32 for the 10 pin, and gets it.
So these guys are on game 3, and while he's on the screen, we got Tyler Loudon. And we'll get back here in 1 second because
I almost made that.
Adam Joswiak just mentioned too about the bowling and all that. Look up the Players Tour. So you just saw Tyler on there. Tyler runs those, the Player Tour. based out of the GTA Toronto area. They travel around Ontario. They are coming down to Windsor. I know they went as far as Kingston.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. That's kind of where I started throwing my hat into tournaments bowling.
Yeah.
Was going up to those players' tours. Started doing that at the end of 2021. Those are great tournaments, and there's just such great people who run those events and bowl those events, and the friends you'll make there is fantastic. So if you're in the Toronto area or anywhere in Ontario where you feel like driving up somewhere for a nice tournament, they're great events. But you will want to find the Facebook page for the Players Tour and join that, because it is all done through pre-registration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and they got good turnouts, getting around 100 people a tournament.
Yeah, they've pretty much been selling out every event.
Yeah. Okay, so we're down here. I know. How is Tyler doing after his 300?
Tyler Lee.
Well, let me bring up, I don't know if scores are up yet. So Tyler, if you do click the link at the top there, you will see.
Yeah, you will see the scores, and clicking on the bowler's name, it'll show the breakdown.
Yeah, so he went, it looks like
170.
Yeah, but after his 300, he went 201, 212 to finish off that block, and then 170 to start this one. So yeah, click that link, and then you can click each individual bowler, and you can see what their individual scores are. Yeah, and Scott makes a good point in the chat there too. There are the YBTs, the Youth Bowlers Tour, mostly in the GTA, but I believe they do Barrie, Hamilton. It's all in that region. So if you were a youth bowler, that's another good option for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and on there, Barry, some of the screens, some of the colors, the camera likes better, and it's easier to read the scores on there. For some reason, the green is tough to read. Ball here. Slip back to the middle. Good shot there.
Nice shot. Just getting underway here on 47 and 48 this game. Jonathan Lee up for the spare.
Yeah, Scott was saying there too, a lot of the youth bowlers that bowl the YBTs are bowling here today as well. So let me hop back over here for a second. Tiff Griffith, sorry. Nice shot.
That was her first shot in the 10th, so looks like she can go out for 202.
Yep. And again on that pair, nothing too high. Come back here. Okay, so we're gonna have Zach. Okay, 39 and 40. Last squad. This pair was not nice to Zach.
You know, it was his low game of the first shift, so see if it's a little nicer to him here. Starting with a double for Zach.
Yeah, it looks like Tiff got that second one in the 10th. So up here on 50, we do have someone in front 6. Oh, just in time for her to, yeah, Tiff Griffith 2:02.
Nice.
So I believe up here on 50 on the string is Raphael Warren. Yeah, Jason D, we got 300 people watching and only 72 likes on the video. Hit that thumbs up button, hit that like button, help us get more on the homepage of YouTube for bowlers to discover us.
Yeah, let's get it over 100 likes. We can do it. So Raphael Morin just threw another strike here in lane 50. He is now on the front 7.
Head back over here for a second. We'll finish off on the women's. Only got a couple balls left here. I think that's Jessica Lee. No.
Here's Steph Vitero. Her shot in the 10th. That one slides off.
In the gutter. So she was on an open as well, 173. Don't lose any count, but she needs to strike here. Every pin's gonna matter on this pattern. John is back in the chat here. Says, hope they got everything working well. Fingers crossed. So far, so good after the first game. The scores, yeah, and John, this was the pair where Zach shot 160. Okay. I'm going to jump down to here for a second.
Tyler Lee here for all his fans.
So we're going to watch Tyler throw a ball here, and then we're going to jump back to our main feed here as we have Raphael Warren is on a string. Ooh, came up late 5. Okay, so we got Hash. How many bowlers from each division make it to the teams? So there are 6 men and 6 women that will bowl their way onto it. And then there are selections, I believe up to 4 selections. And I did double check that. We were talking about that yesterday. It is bowling within the last 3 team trials.
Yep, and then there will also be 4 boys and 4 girls making our junior team Canada, our youth team.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe says need picture-in-picture. Yeah, right now the picture-in-picture we have is us in the booth here. My system isn't very friendly to picture-in-picture and moving things around. I'd be able to kind of split screen, but then you're one pair on one camera, one pair on the other camera. The audio gets all mixed up. So chosen just to leave it this way. So yeah, he went 8 in a row and then 5 more.
Okay, so.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, so we just have the one feed in here. With my system, I can switch between the cameras. I can't make a feed for each camera. I wish I could. If somebody wants to sponsor me and throw a boatload of money into video equipment, then we can do it. Until then, this is what we got. All right, head back down here. I think the women are just finishing up. So they were finishing up game 2. So they're about, it's happening again. They're going to be almost a game behind some bowlers here. Yeah, and I think that too, because I think there are 4 and 5 bowlers on a pair for the women. A lot of the men, we've got 4.
Yes, so Zachary Wilkins is having a much more favorable time on this pair this time around. As he started with a double and he went spare strike, so.
Yeah, that's the one thing that last shift on this where he struggled a bit. It could have been a mixture of the lane. It could have been the way the pattern was broken down. He just struggled on that one. And like you say, he's looking better on this 39-foot pattern.
So in front of me now on lane 49, sorry, Raphael Morin.
Yeah, let's get back here. Watch him finish off his
spared.
10th.
Made a 9-count spare in the 9th, and this is his second one in the 10th. It's a strike, so one more strike for a 279.
Yep, and I mean, so far from what I've seen, that's looking like the high game of the squad so far. Tyler Loudon coming up here on 31. He's been struggling a little bit as well. Nice shot from Tyler. Okay, so we got Raphael here throwing his last one in the 10th for 279. Pulled it.
Yeah, it looks left.
Yeah, 278. Still a great game for the scoring pace here.
Absolutely. Looks like the high game of the squad so far, because we had Zach with a 277 in game 1.
Okay, so if you click that link at the top of the chat, go to Lexer. The men are updated after 8 games. We have a new leader. Last year's gold medalist Darren Alexander has taken the lead by 10 pins over Graham Fa, followed by Mitch Huppé, Zachary Wilkins, Kevin Maurice, and Francois Lavoie.
Great bowling. It's a lot of names you'd figure you'd see at the top there. They're bowling incredible.
Yep, and then our 7 to 12, we've got Nicholas Blagojevic, Jacob Emo, Adam Jadoin, Daniel Kwan, Samuel Demers, and Jordan Jung. That wraps up your top 12 after 8 games for your men.
Daniel Kwan. Saw him in game 1 down on the pair in front of us, and he had a 246, so he must be keeping it going down on the low end.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to bring that up while we're here. So I just went over it. So Darren Alexander's taking the lead. Graham Fa, Mitch Huppé, Zachary Wilkins, Kevin Maurice, and Francois Lavoie. So as we figured, we saw some of those scores from last game. We figured it would, the top would shake up a little bit. Yeah, looks like so far Darren's gone 235, 232. Graham's creeping up there, 245, 236.
Yeah, Darren Alexander's not having the greatest game. This one here, he's got a couple of open frames. He's up a few pairs to my right, and he is going up in the 9th now, and he's got 155 in the 8th. So he's still getting the 200s here.
Tyler Lee got a break there. He's had it too. He's had, looks like 2 opens this game, a little bit of a struggle as well. Okay, gonna watch another ball or two here, and then we're gonna flip down to the women. The women have started up again. They've started their 3rd game. Up to 308 viewers. That's great. So far, that's a high. Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you are just tuning in, this is the 2025 CTF Canadian Team Trials. We're live here, Laurentian Lanes in Montreal, Quebec, Canada.
Yes, thanks for joining in, all 300 of you. Let's go ahead and hit that like button. I want to see if we can get over 100 likes on this one. We're sitting at 87 right now, so just need 13 of you who haven't done so already to click that like button.
Okay, so Guillaume just stopped by. He just updated the women's. I don't see it on the website yet. Usually takes a couple minutes. So keep an eye on that.
There's Ty Loudon. I think he's got an Ivory Rhino. Goes Brooklyn. He's a 5-pin. And Tyler Lee here on 33. Fast. Leaves the 4-7. Hendricks, strike.
He's working a 3-bagger. Let's head back over to the women for a minute.
To flat 10 there for our defending champion, Jennifer Pisana.
Okay, I'm still not seeing the score update. Usually takes a couple minutes here.
Samantha Cirillo up here on 57.
Looks good. She had a pretty good ball reaction on that.
Yep, flat there on the 10. Try to pick that one up. This is Maya Conway on 56. Looked pretty good for most of the way down the line.
Yep.
And Sam gets her spare.
She gonna make it? It's gonna be close. No. So the women are in game 3. And the men. Is this wrapping up? These guys are wrapping up 3.
Yeah, these guys are still on 3.
Okay, let's check down here. So yeah, these guys are wrapping up game 3. Still waiting on the scores. I find it takes a little over 5 minutes to actually hit the website. Just have to be patient. Okay, so here we've got lane 32, Samuel Demers. Nice shot for him.
Yeah, it looks like he Didn't strike out for 57. One more strike here, and he's got 257. And he gets 8 count, so that should put him at 255.
All right, let's come back over here.
We are finishing up this game here, game 3 on 47-48. Zach Wilkins is up on lane 47. He's having a pretty good game here. 5 strikes, 2 spares, and 1 split. So he's coming off one of those spares right now, looking to get back on the strike train. Ball kind of quit down lane on him and just left most of a bucket.
Yeah, a little bit late. Okay, so not much going on right now. Zach picks that up. I'm still waiting for the scores to update on the women's side. I'm not seeing it yet. Yeah, so Zach, he's on low 200 pace. Couple decent games here, but yeah, scores are definitely all over the board.
He hung up on that one. He blows on his thumb.
Stay on these guys till they finish out this game, and then we'll go back over to the women's side.
Yeah, they're about halfway, or just below, just less than halfway through their third game. Gets them all to go down. Are ya? I've seen a lot of 170s, and then somebody will just pop off like a 270. I saw a 278 over here. What pair are you on next? Right here? London? You on this pair next?
Yeah, I didn't see what happened there, but Zach did throw a strike. 191 in the 9th. Working on a strike. You know, when you have an open, you have a split in the game, you miss it. If you can squeak out a 220 game, you're doing pretty good. That one hooked really early on him.
Yeah.
Right through the face.
Going in the bag here. He's grabbing another ball. I don't think he's going to try and spare it. I think he's just going to try and get a look of a different piece of equipment.
Yeah.
Hopefully hit the 3.
Yeah, I didn't see, but it did look reactive. He moved in quite a bit.
Yeah, got the count. gotta
Yep.
look at something else too. So
Yeah, and it was pretty close.
not too bad. 210. That will more than likely be a higher score on the pair. I guess Rainer Reyes has a chance of putting up a bigger number, but again, like I said, we're seeing a lot of 160, 170 games so far in this squad. So you gotta mix in a 220 every so often and hopefully stay above some people. Don't want to lose too much ground, especially those currently sitting near the bottom of the standings. They need to try and get themselves at least somewhere close to that cut line ahead of tomorrow, so it's not too much work for them in tomorrow's 6 morning games.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you're just joining the format, one squad this morning, this squad, and then everyone bowls the first squad tomorrow. After that squad, they cut to the top 50%. And then from there, another 6 games, then they take the top 12, and then down to the top 3 for stepladder finals. But we do have another full day tomorrow. We'll be here bright and early, live at 7:40, between 7:45 and 8 o'clock for another full 6-game block with everybody involved. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on the women's scores. He said the scores were inserted. I'm not seeing it updated yet, so something might be going on there.
Yeah, let's hope we can get that going soon. Not too sure. All right. For a 2-8-10, kicks the count.
Yeah, I'm just getting back to the chat here. Yeah, we know the women's side hasn't updated yet.
So it's 161 for Jonathan Roy.
Yeah, see, and that's one thing we're talking about the pairs in here. There was one pair that is not in use this squad. There was an issue, so all the lane assignments got kind of messed around. If that lane was still in use and it was normal, I don't think Zach would have hit this pair. But unfortunately, with that lane breakdown or whatever the issue was there, not being able to use it this squad, it shifted everyone back basically close to where they were in the first squad.
.162 for Jonathan Lee. Now, waiting to finish is Rainer Reyes. He's on 3 in a row here. He has the first one in the 10th. He's getting ready to shoot his second one in the 10th. We also have Brendan Rogers, just started his game on lane 49. The 9 spare. Here is his second delivery. And he's got a strike.
Yeah, John says it's the gremlins. So yeah, they're out there crawling under the lane. They bite a wire or something just to make something not work. But I mean, that's the thing too is you know, these houses, they get ready for this tournament. They try and be ready maintenance-wise and everything. Sometimes issues happen. Can't be perfect.
All right. Reiner picks up his spare there in 10th, finishes with a 224. That'll be the high for his pair.
Yep, head back over here to the women. So the men are starting game 4, and we've got the women starting game 3. So far, things are definitely moving, knock on wood, smoother than they did the first squad. We're on a better timeline here. Things are moving okay. Yeah, so then too, even just looking here at our women's scores, I think a lot of these women are really grinding this pattern out here. You know, it's I'm not seeing a whole lot of strings of strikes. A strike here, strike there, a double here.
Yeah, that was just a double for Christian Jolly, who was a junior team member last year, and I believe she's no longer youth eligible, so she's trying to make the women's team this year.
Yep, there's no star beside her name. Okay. So yeah, we're going to stay down here on the women for a frame or two, and then we're going to head back down to the low end. We will see one of the chat's favorites, Jacob Emu. You'll have to wait a few more minutes for that, though. We did hit 107 likes.
We did it. We broke 100. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no, I appreciate everybody tuning in. And while we are here, I want to thank the sponsors, CPM, Canadian Preferred Moving, Atlas Canada, Dexter, Bufa Bowling Distribution, Sport Canada, and FANA. Thank you to the sponsors for everything they do, supporting Team Canada. Whether it's this event or international events, we wouldn't be able to do it without the sponsors. Oh, got a nice break. Knocked the 10 out on that one. Seven pin.
May Yen gets it up enough to rattle them around.
Yep, good shot. That makes her 2 in a row. As I just mentioned, we're seeing spare, strike, spare, spare, you know, the odd double. Hopefully next time May's up there, she can capitalize on that, put three on the board. All right, let me come back here. Okay, so Guillaume is here. We do have the women's scores are updated. So let me come off of here. So this is after the first two on the women's side. We have Felicia Wong still leading. She's been leading the whole tournament so far. She's up a little over 100 pins on Miranda Panis, Jad Cote, Jessica Lee, Jennifer Bassana. And looks like Christine Johnson has moved her way up into the top 6 so far. May Yen LaChapelle, Cody McMaster, Samantha Cirillo. That last game that she had there bumped her up. Amanda Lynn Turner, Karine Bouchard, and Alex Ann Auclair wrap out your top 12 women. So if you check out that pinned top at the top of the chat, that will take you directly to this Lexer results page.
Nice. Yes, Tiffany Griffith seems to be moving her way up the standings this squad as well.
Yeah, she wasn't out for her. She's in 16th. But I mean, there's only...
Let me see what Christine last game was.
Christine last
204,
205. So she's
pretty good.
Pretty steady. But I mean, as far as someone like Tiffany in 16th, you know, 50 pins puts her back up to 8th or 9th, depending on what other women do. So really, in this top 20, you have one good game, and you can move up the ladder fairly quickly.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we've seen Christine climb a few spots already this squad. She went 205, 204, but that's just, you know, her competitors have been shooting a little bit lower than that, so she's able to just +5 games are good enough to move you up when your competition's shooting 170s, 180s.
Yep. So we do have here apparently Nicholas Blagojevich shot 300. We did not know that.
Yeah.
where we are sitting, we're a little bit secluded by the desk.
Yeah, we're sitting quite low. We're not quite at the level of the counter here, so Yeah, he's not on any of our feature pairs, so
I don't think. No, he's not in front of us. He's not down there, no. So unfortunately, it wouldn't have been on camera. He might be even on the further low end beyond this camera. I didn't hear any cheering or anything.
yeah, so he must be that far.
He might be down on lanes even 19 and 20 down on the first pair somewhere down there. You know, we're down here on 49, 48, 49. Okay. That's Nicholas Cirillo. We've got current team member Jordan Jung heading up here on the left. So yeah, we're gonna have two JR Pro Shop guys. And then we got Jacob Emu here up on 33. Jacob got that one out a little too far. You know, I'm seeing too, like that shot that Jordan just threw. It looked really good, had nice shape to it, got to the pocket well, and he just 10-pinned. I've been seeing that quite a bit on this pattern. You got to have your angles into the pocket right if you want to get those corner pins out. Yeah, so Michelle Taylor was saying live on Facebook. So someone's down there streaming as well.
Yeah, there's two cameras around, so I figured some people would be.
Yeah, glad you got to see it. Kind of sad we missed it, but we've also been talking about the black cloud of camera jinx. That when we go to somebody, we say, oh, they're here on a roll, and then the streak ends. We thank everybody for tuning in. Okay, I just want to make, this is game 4, correct? For the men?
Yep.
Okay, I got to change that. It still had on there. So we are now on game 4 of the men. I had it on game 3 still when we were on the women.
Yeah.
And it's tough because some of these screens, game 4 looks like gray. Game 3 is a little more purple.
They're quite similar, actually.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Jordan can do up here on 32. As I mentioned last ball, he had a nice line. Getting there, he looked down.
He stuck a little bit, got away with it.
Yep. You know, and it's weird. Sometimes that happens. You throw the best balls and you 10-pin. You go up, you just, you hang up a little on the slide or something, and you flush it.
Yeah, it was like he hung up on the slide, missed left because of it, but wasn't able to put as much hand into it, so it just sat where it needed to.
Yeah, that's a good possibility. Yeah, so we've had and missed both 300s so far. So in squad number 1, we had Tyler Lee. And then we just had Nicholas Blagojevich shooting a 300 down on the low end, which was not on our stream pair. Right. Nice shot from Jacob. Hang up on that one.
Redo for Hartwin.
Yeah. All right, we're going to come back over here to this pair that's in front of us.
We have Michael Mospin Jr. stepping up on lane 49.
Yes, I don't believe we've seen him yet. on the stream. Unless I'm mistaken.
Who's that?
Michael.
Oh,
Moskin.
yeah. No, we had him in first.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we just didn't mention his name. I know he is from, I don't know, the GTA area. He's come down, bowled a few of our tournaments in Windsor.
Yep.
Bowls the player tour stuff, so he's active in there.
London Lewis, 48. That one came up like we started the game with a double and then split, and then now we have a 6 count here. If you guys are on TikTok, you should go and find London Lewis. He posts a lot of TikToks of him bowling, and he does some nice little voiceovers with them, and he's gotten some traction with it.
Really?
Nice little videos, yeah.
That is one thing I do not do. I do not do TikTok. I've never been on it, have no interest in using it.
It's a good idea. I'll decide I want to scroll for a little bit. Next thing you know, 5 hours are gone.
Yeah. I value my sanity and my time and my brain cells. Oh, and that one grabbed. That one hooked right down the middle. So that is one thing when you're bowling at the top level, especially on these sport patterns, ones that are a little bit shorter. It is beneficial to shoot spare balls straight at your spares. It can be difficult when you've got that little kicker pin in the back, like London had that 8 pin, to get it out, but it just hooked. So being at the top level, throwing straight at your spares, definitely the way to go.
Absolutely. You take the lane out of play at that point. Just throw a plastic straight at him, or any ball straight at him, I guess, and you don't have to worry about what oil pattern you're bowling on.
Yeah, I mean, it is different. It's something you have to practice.
Oh, it certainly is. I was someone who used to always hook at my left side spares at league, and then I would try and throw straight at them in tournaments.
Yeah.
And I realized that it's just beneficial for me to throw them straight at league too, just for extra practice.
Yeah, just learn it and you get into the habit of doing it. I'm one of those too. I'm the same way. I always shoot my corner pins with my strike ball. I just kill it down a little bit. And a couple weeks ago, I went bowling just to practice, and I missed, I think, 4-7 pins in one game. And I hit up Danny in the text. I said, "Yep, order me a plastic ball." Did it up, and I said, because I'd like to start bowling some more tournaments than that. But yeah, after that, I'm just like, I can't keep doing that if I want to bowl at a little bit of higher level of tournaments, stuff like that.
Just had a strike there for Alex Garreau. And now on 48, Sly Young steps up on the front four. That one did not finish. Got the 5 pin out of the bucket though, leaving the 2, 4, 8.
Okay. So I'll stay here for another frame or two, and then I'm gonna just jump over really quick here to the women. So I believe this is the women finishing up game 3.
Yep, some of our women's pairs now are finishing up their 3rd game, as the men are about halfway through their 4th.
Yeah, so we're about half game, 3/4 of a game difference. Still a little bit better than it was this morning. Knock on wood.
he got that out.
No, the
Did
machine.
he hit it?
No, the machine got it. I think. Let's flip back over here. Last couple balls of the women's. Okay, and again on the women's side, we have 57, 58. You know, we got 201, 140, 170, 138, 204. So again, out of the women's side, we're seeing some 200 games, but nothing really high. And that's like we were talking about when we saw, I believe it was Christine Johnson move up. I think she was 204, 205, something like that. But those 200, low 200 games right now are moving you up. If in the women's
pace is much well below 200 right now.
Yeah, definitely. So on the women's side, if you can squeak out a 200, 210, you're going to be making up a little bit of ground. So yeah, on the screen it does say game 4 of 6. For the women, this is wrap it up game 3. I had changed that when we went back down to the men. Yeah, they still got a couple frames down there. So we'll watch them finish this out here, and then we'll head back down there. We can see who was down there. We had Jordan Jung, Jacob Emu, is it Nathan Cirillo or Nicholas?
Nicholas.
Nicholas Cirillo. So we'll get back down there in a minute. There's something going on this women's pair we're waiting for.
I think she was just putting her brace on or adjusting it.
Yeah, I wonder if she switched, grabbed another ball.
Maya Conway here for her second shot in the 10th here. Could be her for the ball. Hard to read that score.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got someone else here. They're watching from their desk at work in Mississauga. Go Sly. Okay, let's just flip back here for 1 second, see who we hear. It's Raymond Lamb. Okay, flip back over here. Is that Jennifer Bassana?
Yep.
A little bit high, 6'10". Yeah, Jennifer's currently in 5th. 1638, but there's only 50 pins between her and 2nd place.
She picks up her spare there. She'll end her game with a she's got one more shot here.
Yeah, it looks like she'll be 197 with a strike.
197.
Yeah, so
That's not too bad. That would be the high on her pair. So
yeah, but when you're in 5th and you're looking to move up a couple spots, you'd like to get a 210. 210 something. 195.
194.
194. Okay, let's head back down here. Oh my God, I don't know what happened. It looks like Jacob just picked off the 4, 7, 8, and something took out the 10.
Interesting.
Yeah, I flipped over to the view just as it happened, so I didn't exactly see it. But obviously, he pulled it in and it hit that dry spot and it just took off. Perfect. Thanks for tuning in, Glenn. We hope everyone's enjoying the stream here. If you are just joining, we are live at Laurentian Lanes here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, for the 2025 CTF Canadian Team Trials.
This is shift number 2, second block of the day. And they're bowling on a 39-foot oil pattern. And we're in game 4 here for the men.
Yeah, I think I'm going to come back to this view here. I don't think we've been, oh yeah, we have been here because Michael was on there. So in the chat too, we've got Molly tuning in, watching from School Salon in Alberta. All my friends in other provinces wish I could have made it this year. We wish you could have made it too, but we're doing the next best thing for you. We're bringing the action right to you. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks for watching, Molly. Those who were saying go Sly. Sly is bowling on this pair in front of us here. He's on lane 47. He's not up right now, but he is through 7 frames. He's got a chance at 277.
Just gonna come back here for a minute. Come back down to the low end. Watch Jacob throw this shot. Let's see what he does. Hopefully he does not repeat what he did last frame. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened because he just got that one out there and he just buried it 10 back in the pit. And I kind of wish I would have seen what he did last frame, but it's in the past. Okay, we got, is that Hartwin Urbanski? Lane 34. Where's he from? Is it Kingston area?
I think he's from Kingston, yeah.
Kingston area. I've seen his name around. Jordan Jung here, 32. Still in the same area. Nice shot. See that one too, hit that a little higher. Got the corner pins out. Yeah, Jacob didn't get that one out and then it went through the face. Okay, so with the women just finishing up, they're going to be down probably for a few more minutes. Got to make those 10 pins. All right, we're going to watch Sly throw this ball, and then we're going to bump back over to the other channels. They're finishing up their 10th frame. Yeah, it's been a long day so far.
It's been a long day. My alarm went off at 5:45 this morning.
Yeah, mine went off at 5.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you one thing, these chairs are not comfortable.
No.
And we're about 9 hours in. Nice
There you
shot
go,
from
Sly.
Sly. We'll watch London Lewis here at 47. Watch him get one more ball before we switch over. Yeah, through the face. Okay, so what do we got here? We got a 174, 147, 160, another 160. So 31 and 2. Definitely not a high scoring pair.
Jacob Emu got 206.
Yeah.
So 206.
Hartwin 202. Okay, we've got a 1
chance at 1. Can't tell. 60 something. He gets a 9 there. 165.
All right, let's flip back here. So I think our women are still our women have not started. I'm confused again here now. So the women are starting their 4th game.
Yeah.
And
the
men are finishing. So yeah, they're a game behind again. And like I said earlier, a lot of them have 5 on a pair, whereas the men have 4. Okay, and if you hit that Lexer link right at the top, we got moves being made here. So the men are updated after 3 games. Graham Faw has moved into the lead, 1 pin over Darren Alexander. That 300 from Nicholas Blagojevich has moved him up into 3rd. 4th, Mitch Huppé, Zachary Wilkins, Francois Lavoie. Round out your top 6. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to bring that up on the screen for 1 second. All right, so here we go. As I mentioned, click that pin link at the top. It will take you to the Lexer standings, exactly what I'm looking at. Graham Faw, Darren Alexander, Nicholas Blagojevich, 300. Nice bowl on Nicholas that game. Mitch Huppé, Zachary Wilkins, and Francois Lavoie round out your top 6. So I do want to just come down here to our cut line halfway through. So we're low 1800s, high 1700s. Again, there's still going to be a squad. We still got 3 more games here, and then there is the 3rd squad tomorrow. But there are a lot of people still here within striking distance.
Oh, absolutely. We're still early into this. We're only about halfway till the first cut now, I guess, through 9 games. We cut after 18. I just don't think since I've been bowling the trials, I've seen the cut that high through this many games.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 200 average right now for that top 50% cut.
Yep.
And I feel like it's usually not that high, but I think they just put a higher scoring pattern as the first pattern, which you may not see typically. So
yeah,
the scoring pace is certainly dropping during this squad, and we'll see how it finishes up.
Yeah, that's one thing. Looking at the patterns, I kind of picked pattern number 3 for tomorrow morning as the higher scoring pattern.
Yeah, it may be.
But then
Sly finishing up there, 256.
So where was Sly? So currently Sly's sitting in 30th. But that extra 50 pins bumps you up, depending what everyone else did. So that's a good 4th game. And John's on there. Is there live scoring any place? Unfortunately not. We just have the Lexer updated shortly after every game. And that's it. I don't know if Lexer does live scoring. But this morning's squad, there were scoring issues with all that. They worked their butts off. They ran around. They got it all done eventually. Knock on wood, so far this has been running a lot better. So we got Glenn on there. Question: does the pattern change every day, or do you stick with the same pattern throughout? No, it changes every shift. So there was a shift this morning, which was a different pattern. It changed for this shift. For tomorrow morning shift, it's different. If you do click the link, or not the link, the info of the video, you will see the current pattern for each day. It's listed in there. If you go back and watch the practice session from Monday and hit the info on there, I've got all the patterns on there as well.
Yeah, so everybody in our tournament here will be bowling on 3 patterns, and then we're going to cut to 50% of the field for the 4th pattern, and then the final 12 bowlers will be bowling on that 5th pattern.
Okay, so we've got one more bowler finishing out here, and then we're going to go back over to the women for the start of their 4th game.
All right, I'm just going to step up and stretch quickly.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, you are seeing here Mitch Huppé going up here. This is the start of, I believe, his 5th game now. Nice shot from Mitch. End of the 4th game here on 47-48. I'm going to head over to the women here in 1 second. Oh, rolls the 4-pin. Okay, looks like Sly had a good game there. Everyone else on that pair struggled a little bit. So let's head over here to the women. So now the women are just starting their 4th game. Yeah, Glenn, so it does, it evens the playing field for everyone. They bowl 6 game blocks on each pattern. And what it is all these challenge patterns, they're very tough. They're what you would experience if you are traveling internationally to compete. So they want to put out a wide variety of patterns. They pick them. I forgot to ask Ty Rose earlier if he had any input on the pattern selection. I don't think he did. But yeah, they bowl 6 games on each pattern. You know, and some people can really excel on some patterns, and then they might struggle on some other patterns. But you want to average that out for the Team Canada trials here. So yeah, all the patterns are there. Check them out. They do. I think this, in my opinion, might have been of the first 3 would be the harder. I think tomorrow morning, looking at the graph, tomorrow might be a little higher scoring. But then as you go into the cut for the top 50%, it's going to get challenging, and then the top 12 is going to be the hardest pattern of them all. And then don't quote me on this. For the finals, the step ladder, I'm not sure, but I believe there is a pattern selection process. One of the bowlers, I'm not sure if it's the top seed or the higher seed picks it, but I believe that is a possibility. All right, so like Kurt, I'm going to take a couple-minute break here. I got to get up. I got to stretch my legs. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Keep watching commentary. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, after a short little leg stretch break, we are back.
I got another coffee, so we're locked in now for the last couple games here.
Yeah, you'll be up all night.
Yep. I'll still be up when you see me in the morning.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not. I wouldn't make it through the second squad, that's for sure.
Yeah, we need
I
you.
think I'll be crashing when I get back to the Airbnb.
Yeah, we need you awake and attentive. All right, so coming back down here to the men on the low end. Got a couple strikes, couple opens. Okay. Yeah, here we have Nicholas Blagojevich up here on 33. So unfortunately, I believe it was game 3. He had a perfect game. We missed it. Somebody in the chat, though, said he was, or someone is live streaming on Facebook, and they caught it. I'm not exactly sure who it was down there, but...
So there is video footage of it. Just he wasn't on one of our featured pairs for that game.
Yeah.
Congrats to him.
Yeah, and that was the second 300 of the tournament. First one goes to Tyler Lee.
Got a couple other high games. I've seen a couple 279s. I know Zach Wilkins has a 277. Right now, in front of us here on lane 50, we have Mitch Huppé on the front 6.
Yep, which we're not going to go to that on camera just yet because we just talked about it.
Yeah.
And so far, the camera black cloud is pretty strong this tournament. So what we'll do is when we switch over, we're not even going to talk about it. Okay, so coming up here on the left lane. Was this the guy with the leg kick?
Oh yeah, that's him. That's Logan.
Okay, yes.
For his last name here. It starts with an S. Sataro, something like that.
So yeah, if you watch his finish, he has a very high leg kick. But like we were talking earlier, hey, as long as you can repeat, you know, if you have a unique style, you repeat your shots, that's what it's all about. Getting the delivery, getting the ball down the lane at the same time.
Yep.
Doesn't matter how you do it.
Doesn't matter how you do it, but the best way to throw a bowling ball is the way you can do it consistently.
That's
Repeatedly.
correct.
Look at that.
Nice
Very
strike.
flexible. Chat, tell me, would your hip flexors allow you to kick that high? I know I would be very hurt if I attempted to do that.
Yeah, if I did, you'd probably wheel me out in a wheelchair.
Exactly.
So he gets a 10 on the flexibility on that approach. Matisse Bibeau, we've seen him a few times already today. Nice shot from him. You see that big Bufa bowling distribution logo on the back, one of his sponsors. I know he's been working with Mark Bufa, preparing for the tournament.
I believe he may work for Bufa.
I believe so as well.
And he's a great talent. He's still a young kid.
Yeah, I just see that. I see
Junior
the
squad.
start.
Yep. So don't believe he has made a junior team before. He has been close. So hopefully he can put it together this week and make his first team.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I don't know what they feed some of these kids.
Yeah.
But if you were to introduce me to him, or talk to him all that, I would not pick him as a still youth eligible bowler. You know, he's a pretty tall kid.
Yep.
Wouldn't pick him for 21 or under. Okay, so I'm gonna switch over here and we're not gonna talk.
We talk about Curtis Faw here.
Okay, yeah,
Stepping up. He's crossing with his brother this game, so we have Graham and Curtis. Curtis sneaks it in there. Beautiful shot. Who's your daddy? That's for you, Curtis.
Yeah, so and we actually did see them cross. Wait, was it the first squad? Was
Yeah.
it the squad?
It was the first squad, but it was down on our other camera pair.
Yeah, okay. So, did I black cloud him?
Certainly.
I did. See, we didn't even talk about it. They still came up light. I'll stay here for a couple minutes.
He's got a 2-pin Mitch. After the front 7. Clean that one up.
Yep. And as Guillaume said, make your spares. Okay, I think we're still... I just got the thumbs up from Guillaume. So I'm sure that's going to be on the women's side. It's probably going to take 5 or 10 minutes to populate the website, but the women's scores are coming. Okay, so Kevin Fletcher's on there. His dad is doing Facebook, so I believe that would be Andrew. Andrew Blagojevich is his father.
Yeah, Andrew's not bowling this year. I think it was the last time we were in Montreal. I crossed with him a few times. But then again, they're not taking the senior team from this tournament anymore, so that's probably why he's not participating this year.
Nice shot from Graham there. And that's one thing too, is like I said, we're running 3 cameras. We can only cover so much at a time. I think it's great that, you know, some of these bowlers are into the social media, they're streaming, they're doing all that stuff. I'm glad that they did catch that game for him. I will tell you one thing though, I don't know what it is about bowling alleys, but a lot of the bowling alleys we run into, the internet sucks. And for some reason they are built like fortresses, and getting like a 5G cell signal capable of uploading video and streaming is very difficult. I know here, thank you to Laurentian Lanes, they upgraded their internet for us so we could stream it here in HD. Very accommodating. I'm glad they did that so we could bring it to you here in the best quality that we could. So the pattern for today, this squad, this shift is 39 feet. If you check the info of the pattern is linked in there. I'm going to bring it up. I can also bring it up here on the screen for a minute. Okay. I just, 47 will have him throw here, and then I'll bring the pattern up.
Yeah, that's Maxime Allard bowling there on 47.
Okay, so here's the pattern for today. This squad you're watching live, 39 feet, 29.1 milliliters, 2.26 to 1. Is that 2.2? 2.28 to 1. Using fire and ice. So they use one oil going up and then the other oil coming back.
Yeah, fire on the forward and ice on the reverse. The fire does have more friction than the ice would. Ice is the slickest oil conditioner that Kegel has.
Yeah, that's another thing that I will talk about is, you know, these patterns were released, I want to say maybe 10 days or so prior to the tournament here. So you technically could have your center put them out. I know a lot of senders only use one generic oil. They're not using fire and ice, they're not using the dual tanks, they're only using one oil. So you can still put the pattern out with the one oil. It's not going to play the same, it's not going to hold up the same, it's not going to transition the same. It might give you on the fresh, it might give you an immediate look on how it's going to play, but once you get here and you get into all the bowlers and the transition and crossing everybody, it is going to play different with the different oils.
Yeah, and the oiling technology is crazy nowadays. They have the latest Kegel Atlas machine out here.
Yep.
They brought it out just for our team trials. This is the newest machine from Kegel. We had a seminar yesterday during our practice days. They had 3 different seminars. We went to the morning one, and we learned a lot about how to read a lane pattern graph, and they taught us about all the differences in some of these oil machines, the things you can tweak that you couldn't on former models. You can now tweak, and it's going to give you the ability to create brand new patterns because the machine's able to put oil out in a completely different way.
Yeah, that is the Atlas Pro Lane Walker. So if you haven't seen those, basically they set it, they put it on the lane, push the start button, and walk away. And the lane, you know, strips, conditions, oils the lane, comes back, backs itself off the lane, turns, moves to the next lane, moves itself onto the lane, and it's basically a fully automated process.
Yeah, the lane guy just has to program it, do what he wants, and press go.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. As someone that worked in a bowling alley 25 years ago, I definitely appreciate that technology. When I was doing it, we were using the Phoenix machine, but it was still the corded, putting it out. And I mean, that was one of the first machines that came out that was really groundbreaking oiling machine technology, from coming up from like the wicks and the spacers and the machine setting it manually. But yeah, these machines are pretty crazy now these days, how they work. And
yeah, and they can hold like hundreds of oil patterns. You can just scroll through them, click one, yeah, send it down.
Yeah, load it and go. And I know, I believe even for the practice day, I think they set how many lanes for which pattern. Then
so you didn't have to stop it after each pattern?
I don't think so.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think they're out here, and Joe Kayak's in there, spray can baby.
That's a little more than 25 years ago, I think, Joe.
Yeah, well, I remember too, back in the day too, and it was like when we used to drag the lanes, we had that, it was like a big, almost like a squeegee mop, and after you drag the oil down the lane or back, or yeah, oil, oiling machine technology has changed the way it's unmaintained and all that. It's pretty cool to see, but it's advancing the game, and the patterns is definitely a lot easier than it was in the past.
Certainly. Just saw Christine Johnson get them all to dance around and fall down for her.
Who's that? Is that Alexandre Auclair?
Alexandre Auclair on 5 in a row after a couple spares to start.
Yep.
Thank you guys again for tuning in and for clicking that like button. If you're just tuning in now and have not done so yet, make sure to click that. You are watching the 2025 Canadian Team Tour Trials here at Laurentian Lanes in Montreal, Quebec.
Yeah, so one thing I did want to notice here, I believe the women are on game 4. I have it on game 5 up there, but that was for the men when we were down there. So they are just finishing up game 4. Yeah, and that thing is back to the to Joe's spray can comment. If you watch any of the House Bowling channel with Packy Hanrahan, and it's funny because he does all these challenges with different bowlers, and they do that, not a spray can, but like a squirt bottle, and they're out there squirting the bottle, and they buff it around and all that. I mean, it wasn't exactly like that way back in the day. They had more of like a pump spray, and they drag it around, but it's kind of the same idea. You know, he's like, oh, we're going to ruin this lane here, and we're going to spray some oil here and drag it down and all this. And, you know, he ends up bowling okay on it, but, you know, literally back in the day before technology, that's how the lanes were oiled.
Yep. So just to fill you in on the game in front of us here, Mitch Hupe, who did have that front 7 this game to start, finished with a 259. And Mario Robitaille on the same pair, our lone senior bowler in the men's division, shot a 203.
Right. Yeah, and in the chat here too, so Alexandre Auclair, she's playing for Arkansas State University. So I did not know that. Apparently she is now bowling collegiately.
And there she is, throwing a strike, giving her 6 in a row.
Yeah, and you will find that a lot of the youth bowlers come up if they have the desire to take their game to the next level. You will find them going south of our border, down to the U.S. Collegiate bowling in the U.S. Has gained popularity and traction, and it's pretty big and continue to grow. Unfortunately, up here in Canada, we do not have, not that I know of, any programs that are like that. Collegiately that bowl at that level.
Yeah, I don't believe they do it anymore, but Georgian College used to have a bowling team, and they would go to the States to bowl against other teams over there. So they did that for a couple of years. I don't believe they do it anymore, but I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, any of our young bowlers looking to take their game to the next level and really compete should really be looking into schools south of the border. And looking at bowling some tournaments over there, like some of the junior gold stuff. It's a great experience for young bowlers.
Yeah. Felicia Wong came up a little late, left the bucket. Looks like she's got, she picks this up. She's on a 200 pace. Coming up here on 55, Alexandre. A little bit light. Mixes them around, kicks out the 7. So what I'm going to do for 1 second, I'm going to flip over here So we've got this pair of the men just fishing up their fifth. Another, we got 175, 220, 227. I think that's a decent game there. Can't read, but yeah. All right, we've got Nicholas Blagojevich finishing off his 10th frame here. Strike will put him at 205. And 205 for him. So we're going to head back down here to the women for a minute. Joe, yes, we did live stream the induction today. I also recorded it separately. It'll be uploaded as a separate video to give them the recognition that they deserve. But if you do go back on the live stream, it's in there. I want to say it took about half hour. So if you go about half hour from the end of the video, take a look. It will be in there.
Just catching up with my my roommate for the week there, Jordan Croskery. Let me know how his game's going.
Yeah, is he struggling a little bit?
He says things are getting a little better. So we saw him on game one of this squad, and like I said, he looked like he was pulling everything left, and he confirmed that with me. Yep, he didn't realize what he was doing wrong but he was pulling it left, but he couldn't stop. As the block's gone on, he has remembered how he knows how to kind of spin the ball.
Yep.
And he said that's helping him get the ball down the lane and still shape down lane. Because when he was rolling it, it would start to read and then go straight when it gets to the pocket. So he's able to kind of get this little spin move on it, and it gets cleaner down the lane and still shapes through the pocket for him. So things are going up. I think you said he broke 200 that game.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to the chat. Elizabeth is asking about the results page. So if you click it again, refresh it, it is updated with standings from game 10 on the men and 9 on the women. Now it's taking a while for the internet to kick in, like on the website. I'm not sure why it is taking time, but at least we are better than last squad. It is getting there. So let's bring that up now here. So on the men's side, Graham Fa, Zachary Wilkins, Darren Alexander, Nicholas Blagojevich, Mitch Houpe, Samuel Demare. On the women's side, we've got Felicia Wong still leading the way, Miranda Panis, Ajed Cote, Jennifer Bassana, Jessica Lee, Christine Johnson. Not far behind her, Cody McMaster, Samantha Cirillo. I think she just made a move up there.
Yeah.
Was that the good game she had?
That was a couple of games ago
so that's
now.
after 3 games. So yeah, that might have been her big game. May, Yen LaChapelle, Alex Anne Auclair, Karine Bouchard, and Christine Jolie. So if you click that pinned link at the top, we'll take you to Lexter. They're updated for 10 after the men and 9 after the women.
So Zach must have had another good game as he had jumped now above Darren Alexander.
Yeah, so he went 210, 267.
That'll do it. When the scoring pace is this low, 267 is an incredible game.
Yeah.
And even Darren, he didn't have a bad game there. His last game was a 221, so that's why he is still up there, but he got jumped by Zach.
Yeah. So Felicia Wong continues to lead the way. So far today, she's 231, 204, 193. Trending down a little bit. Miranda Panis,
Still
180
pace. We just watched Felicia open there in the 10th for 188. And Alex Anne Auclair got the first one in the 10th, and then she got 7. So she's going to have a big game here. It's going to be 265 with the spare.
Yeah, she, Alex Ann's second game, 159. So she went 196, 159, 205. And then, what would you say she shot that game? Where are we here?
This is her up here now. She's shooting her spare. She picks these three for 265.
For 265. So that's going to bump her up. Kind of redeems after that second game of 159.
There it is, 265. And Christine Johnson up on 55, and Cody McMaster on 57.
Yeah, just getting back to the scores with Lexer. Guillaume comes over and gives me the thumbs up, and it takes probably about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes for it actually to display on the website. Kind of wish it was instant, but sometimes the website and internet does not work that way. Whatever is in the system is not like an instant button push. But we are thankful for him. All the work he's doing got us through the first squad with some hiccups, but so far this one, everything seems to be working better on the scoring end of things, and it's just a little bit slow. That's why I pin it right up there at the top of the chat.
Christine was able to kick the 10 out on her first shot there in the 10th, but the second one left a little weak 7.
Yeah, and the women are just wrapping up game 4. It says game 5 on there. I had that when I was over on the men. So the men are wrapping up game 5. The women are wrapping up game 4.
Graham Faw finished his game 5 with a 236 game. Very good. Maxime Ellard, 214. I cross paths with Maxime in the arcade between squads. He's got the cheat code for one of those games, I think, because he hit the jackpot like 4 times.
Oh, nice.
So he'll get a really cool slinky out of that prize machine.
Yeah, so Ricky Bobby, one of Zach Wilkins' fans, saying Zach's only 15 pins out, averaging 240 on the day so far when the field's negative in the block. Zach has figured out this pattern, obviously, and he is making that move.
Yeah, absolutely. If we were to isolate this squad, I would probably assume Zach is leading, or maybe Blagojevich.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I don't have all the fine details up there. I'm just looking at the overall standings. Okay, so like I said, the women here are finishing up game 4. Once they finish up game 4, we'll be able to come back to the guys. The guys just finished up game 5. We'll be able to check them out.
We just got a Snapchat. Guess Darren's wife is watching. Hello, Felicia.
How's it going?
You guys nice to me? You guys nice to me?
Yeah, just not your brother.
Good. He's not now, right?
What's that?
His arm? Yeah, I saw him grabbing it earlier. Okay.
Well, Graham Faw just gave us a little bit unfortunate news, but we did see his brother Curtis grabbing at his arm earlier in the first squad, I believe, or might have been early in this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's no good. So he is going to be withdrawing from this tournament now.
Okay. Yeah, it was this shift. I believe it was the second game.
Okay.
We saw him throw a couple, and he was grabbing at his arm a little bit. And you know, sometimes you have to make the decision if you feel it and it's not right and you're hurt. There's still, you know, we're only in the first day of the tournament. If you know it's not good, why do more damage?
Yep, I unfortunately did have to drop out last year. I made, I got to the second day. I think I got through about 4 games, and I did something with from my hip into my lower back.
Yep.
And looking at the standings, I said it's really going to take some great games to get me into the cut.
Yep.
I didn't think I had it in me with the physical limitations that were going on, and it didn't seem worth risking hurting myself further.
Yeah.
It sucks to have to do that, but sometimes you do.
Yeah, and certain things too, you always have to take care of yourself. You have to understand too that there's only a few people in the field today that are, you know, professionals that are doing this for a living. 95% of the field out here does not. So you still have a day job to go to, and I believe Graham's brother, I believe he's in drywall finishing.
Yes.
So using his arms and having your arms working
Yep.
are beneficial to his business.
Yes. Yes, he owns his own business, Fa Finishing.
Yeah. So yeah, and that's like you're saying, if you know it's not worth it, then before you hurt yourself, sometimes you have to make that unfortunate decision.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back here on the women here, just finishing up game 4. All right, so let's go down here. So this is going to be game 6 of 6, final game for the men. So the women are 1 game behind. Is that Ben Ashman?
Yes. So
On 32.
we're going to have Darren Alexander coming up next on 31. Oh, and Israel Potter.
Yeah.
It's so many revs.
Yes,
Beautiful strike.
two-handed powerhouse. Just want to see down here. So yeah, Israel Potter, he's currently in 11th after 10. I'm not sure what he shot last game. Yeah, but he's up there, he's in the hunt. And obviously with this being a running total pins, you know, they do cut to the top 50 after the 3rd squad, top 50% I should say. But the pins carry over, so the higher you are, the better you have the chance to make in the top 12. You can make a big move, but obviously it's beneficial for you to be up there to begin with.
Yeah. Darren Alexander throws his pretty pink spare ball and picks up 3-6-10.
That was the first yawn.
Just the first one?
Yep.
Yeah, it is 20 after 5, and it feels like it's about 9-10 p.m.
Yep. It has been a long day. And this is going to be the second. Tomorrow is going to be the same thing. I mean, cut to the top 50% though. They might spread it out a little bit. That squad might go a little quicker than a full squad, but it's still going to be a long day.
Yeah, the first squad tomorrow, they will bowl their first 5 games, and the 6th game is actually a position round, so it will be a little quick break as they figure out where people need to be for that game.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we have last year's champion Darren Alexander here on 32. Looked like a phase 2. Let's check the scores. Yeah, still haven't been updated yet. So we've got Arnold Chan cheering on Darren Chan. I'm assuming that with the last name, you're family members. Thanks for tuning in, following all your favorite bowlers. Aaron Craig here up on 33. Just a little bit late.
There's Ben Ashman on 32. Just didn't quite get there.
Okay, so the women are starting their 5th game. We'll get back down there in about 10 minutes. We're going to watch another ball or two here. We're going to flip back into the middle in front of us. Okay. So Aaron Craig currently in 27th after 10 games. They have done 11 games, but the scoring isn't updated yet. If you click the link at the top that's pinned, it'll take you to the standings. You can follow all your bowlers there once the scores are updated.
Okay. See what Darren Chan does in this spare. I'll send that head pin into the 10. He's just going to get the count. Israel Potter blowing up the rack once again.
Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to...
Joden, former junior member, trying to get back there from BC.
All right, we're going to watch Darren Alexander throw one more ball in here, and then we're going to switch back into the middle of the house here in front of us. And on the, when we switch over, we've got Tyler Lee, we've got Chris Gutierrez. Okay. Did Darren throw?
No.
Okay, there he goes. He's
getting away left.
Yeah, he was off the screen. I couldn't see him. Nice shot from Darren. All right.
Daniel Kwan striking as we switch over. Daniel Kwan on a double here. He's in 9th place.
Yep, 9th.
He was 13th after the first squat, so he's moved up a few here. He did start this block here with a 246 game. Michael Vitale, no block on the 7. Yeah, Michael was one that I mentioned last year. Bowl trials, and his thumb got completely destroyed.
Yeah.
And I guess his thumb always hurt when he bowls. And after his trials experience last year, he plugged up those thumb holes, and he's been bowling two-handed ever since.
Yep. Yeah, we got some Israel Potter fans in the chat. Represent Manitoba. Thanks for tuning in. All right, so coming up here. Oh, did Tyler already throw? Tyler Lee, yeah, he went through the face. Chris Gutierrez, 47. He's having a pretty good tournament so far. 13th after 10. Who else? We have Jack Hendricks here coming up on 49.
Little pull gets the break. Brooklyn strike.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to laugh those off and take them. It's an X on the board. Didn't get the 10 pin out. So it looks like this squad's going to end off the same as last squad. We're going to have almost a full game on the women uninterrupted, since they are about a game behind. So they're going to get a little more screen time at the end. Nice spare from Daniel. Strike on 49 from James Lee. So Chris Gutierrez, or as they call him, Goots, lane 48. So he is part of the JR. Oh, and he's 710s. And yeah, he's part of the JR Pro Shop crew out of BC. A group of them made the trip, took the red eye, got here yesterday just before practice started.
They have surpassed 50,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah, so if you want, go check out their JR Pro Shop channel on YouTube. They do a lot of ball reviews, a lot of fun videos. It's a good mix of everything. Always, I thought it was going to make
Started sliding back on.
Yeah. But yeah, they've got a good channel, good mix of content. Yeah, Frankie having a tough go on this block. So yeah, he's been up and down, inconsistent. 247, 159, 221, 169. So it seems he's bouncing all around each pair.
Daniel Kwan got his ball a little bit too far to the right on that last shot. He just didn't recover. 7 count.
All right, I'm going to watch Tyler Lee throw one more ball here, and then we're going to head over to the women.
Tyler stepping back.
Is he not up?
No, that's why he stepped back.
Okay.
After Daniel.
All right, I'm going to head over here to the women.
Okay, we have Chantel Garrett.
Yeah, well, the men are in game 6, the women are in game 5. Yeah, nice shot from her. Looked great down the lane and 710s. And an 7-pin forward. Hopefully this camera isn't a 710 making machine here. But so far we just had Gutierrez leave a 710. We come over here, Chantel leaves a 710. Bounce it. No. Yeah, at least they're talking about Frankie having a little rough go with this squad. We haven't seen too much of him on camera. I think he's one of those ones that the his lane moves just fell outside of our views most of the day, or not most of the day, most of the shift.
We did have him on for about 2 or 3 games, though, in the first squad this morning.
Yeah, so there is a comment there about bowlers hitting the same pair twice the first 2 shifts. So what ended up happening, they weren't supposed to. The second shift, they were not supposed to bowl on the same pairs that they did. But we had a pair that they had to take out of play. So taking that pair out of play had to shift everybody down. And unfortunately, that put the lane skip back onto some of the pairs that they had already bowled on. Unfortunately, sometimes machines do break down or have issues, and the decision was made to take it out of play for this shift. And yeah, so that pushed everybody over, and some of these players are hitting the same pairs again. You know, and that's one thing too, is with the camera setups the way they were, I knew we were going to see people probably twice on some of the cameras per shift. That's just the way the spacing worked out. And then the plan was, okay, well, the next shift, we're going to see the newer bowlers because the lanes have shifted. They'll be on the camera on that one, and then the lane taken out of play, like I said, threw a wrench in that plan. Yeah, and it is unfortunate when these situations do happen. You say, oh, you know, CTF should be smarter about putting players on a tough pair. You know, it wasn't the plan, but the solution when you take a pair out of play is just to move everybody over. If you're to have to completely redo all the lane assignments, we probably would have been down for an hour.
Yeah.
Or 2 until they completely redid all of them. We were already behind an hour and 45 minutes, almost 2 hours from the first squad with issues, and it just kind of wouldn't have been a feasible option. So the option was made by the tournament committee just to move them down, and unfortunately, like you say, some players hit that bad pair twice.
Yeah, it was the first pair that the ladies were on, so they had to shift them to the lane that the last pair that the men were bowling on.
Yeah.
So they just shifted all the men down one pair, and it was easier for them to get us going faster that way.
Yeah, and as we discussed too, while we were on with Ty Rose earlier, you know, each end of the house is going to play different. You know, like he said, a lot of the league play is on the high end here, a lot of the open play is on the lower end. So as you move around, the lanes are going to play different. Every house has those characteristics. It's just part of the game, and that's how that works.
Looking around me here, I do see Samuel Demers is on the front 6 off to my right.
Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here off of the women. We're going to come back here down here on the low end. They're just, we got 33, 34. They're just getting into their 10th frame. Got a couple decent games going on there. Yeah, as far as the decision on that lane with the pair out of play, we're just running the live stream here. We don't have any of those decisions, so that's out of our control.
We're just here to bring you the action, hopefully keep you entertained a little bit.
Yep, so far we've been pretty good. We've been averaging 250 to 280, sometimes over 300 viewers at one time. We appreciate everybody tuning in for the 2025 Canadian team trials here, Laurentian Lanes in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Well, we're out talking that. We'd like to thank the sponsors, CPM, Canadian Preferred Moving, Atlas Canada, Dexter, Booth Distribution, Sport Canada, and Fana. Okay, so we are here, got Darren Alexander. Yeah, we know every situation's different, but like I said, we're just running the stream here, just passing along the information as we see it with our own eyes. And back to the action here. So Darren's stepping up here on 32. He's going to let Aaron go first. So they are doing 1 lane courtesy. I'm sure some bowlers are still giving 2, but they were told don't expect it.
Aaron Craig pulls it right, gets it to carry Brooklyn.
Yeah, Darren's moved in pretty good.
He's nearly sliding at the gutter, getting a little bit of air time just to get it over the fronts, and still seeing that shakedown lane. Nice ball, Darren. See Zach Wilkins just off to the side on lane 30 there, leaving a 10 pin.
Yeah, I'm just going to pop back over here really quick. So we do have 49 and 50 is done.
Yep, they're all done. Michael Vitale has 1,079. It's a pretty good shift for him. Yeah, he led that pair. If those scores are correct. Gets that one a strike.
And so far, I do not see a score update yet. We're still on game 10 and game 9. We're still basically a game behind. Okay, so I believe this is Aaron Craig. He's got a, what's he doing? He's on a 229 pace.
On his fill ball here. Strike for 229.
Yeah, 228.
That's a good game. Yep, so I did talk with Curtis Faw, and he did confirm he had some, I think, forearm into his elbow pain. And where he was sitting in the standings, he says he needed some big scores, and he's unable to throw it as good as he can right now, so he doesn't think those are possible, and it's just not worth the risk. Because,
Continuing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we should have an update soon on the women's side. Guillaume just sent me a message that they're entered, so it's probably going to be another 5 minutes or so. Oh, we got Mark Buffa in the chat.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still here or not. He might be here watching on his phone in the building. Okay, I'm gonna flip back over here. Because they're in there, and we got both guys. Now I'm going to flip back and forth pretty quick between these two pairs of the men.
There's Ben Ashman, gets the hit there. Now we got Goots, 48. That's the
shot.
first strike in a 10th, make it 4 in a row. Oh, sorry. That's a double.
That's a double, yeah.
I'm looking over at Tyler Lee.
Yeah, it looks like Tyler's the one on the 3-bagger. So Joe Kayak says, let's go back to using spray gun to oil lanes, yes or no? I'm going to say no.
It'll create more jobs because a spray gun doesn't walk itself down lane to lane.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's see if Goots can make it 3. And he 9 pins.
Wow.
Coming back over here. Looks like Israel Potter is on a 258 pace with a strike here in the 10th.
And a 9 pin.
I believe that's going to be a 257.
Yep.
Yeah, 257 for Israel. That's going to keep him up there as well.
Let's come back down here. We have down here on lane 47, Tyler Lee did lead the 3, 6, 7, 10, and he picked it up. And he's going to throw his fill ball here and try and get 203.
Okay, so I just did get an update. The women's score is updated after 10. So Felicia Wong still leading that way. Miranda Panis, Jennifer Basana, May Yen LaChapelle, Jessica Lee, and Jad Cote. That's your top 6. 7th, Alexandra Claire, Christine Johnston, Cody McMaster, Samantha Cirillo, Corrine Bouchard, and Edeline Basana. So click the link at the top of the chat. I'm going to bring it up on the screen in a minute. I know the men's, they're working, the men's will be up in a minute as well.
Tiffany Griffith has made a good move this block. I believe she started outside of the top 19 there at the start of this squad, so she must be putting together some good games.
I don't think that game was in there yet individually, so she must have had a good game, good 4th game. See if Daniel Kwan can pick this up. Nice try. Oh, it wiggled.
That's a 180 for Daniel. You know, still not too bad. He had a really good block there with 1233. Good for him, like we said. He is currently sitting in 9th, but we do not have all the scores in there yet. We'll have to see where he falls headed into tomorrow.
I think it's so tough to read the screen when they're up, but it looks like Darren Alexander's on a 265 pace.
Something like that. Got 5 in a row for sure.
Yeah, so as soon as Darren finishes out here, then we'll be heading to a full game on the women's side.
That one
that's
right
got a hook.
for Darren. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to get a little over a full game on the women's side.
Ditter finishes with 181.
So I'm going to have to talk to Guillaume. We've got a scoring issue here.
Oh, yes. Don't have all the games.
Yeah, so in the men, some have 12 games, some have 11. So, well, some of the scores are updated. It looks like he put in the ones that are already done.
Darren Alexander, little crossbody follow through, and yeah, a little sharp down lane, 4 pin. That was his fill ball.
244.
244.
Okay.
So like I said, the standings currently show Darren at only having 11 games in, and he's still in 3rd. So with the extra games added in there, he may have jumped his way up from 3rd to maybe 2nd or 1st. We'll have to see once all those scores are updated.
Yeah.
Most of the men are wrapped up.
Yeah.
They certainly are done on the pairs that we have cameras set up at. So we're locked in now with our women for the end of their 5th game here.
Yep. So
and the whole 6th game.
yeah, so end of the 5th, going into the 6th. So we're going to have a lot of the women action here. We're going to leave it here. I'm actually going to take a break for a few minutes. I'm going to go wrap up one of those cameras down there, and we'll be back shortly.
All right, so our ladies are wrapping up their 5th game here, as the men are all finished. Jeff is just busy taking down some of our camera rigs right now. Since the men are done, and we have our league bowlers coming in and setting up on these pairs. We still have 1 whole game here left for the ladies. Here's some scores up there. Ellen Basana 190, Chantel Garrett 180. Nothing too big I can see from this pair here. From Sarah Chilvers, who shot in the 9th, and it strikes, so she's on a double now. Jad, even the 10 pin.
No. I'm going to bring up the 10 balls.
Scoring update at all? Wouldn't think so. No, still a little bit of a scoring issue there. It looks like some of the men have 11 games in, some have 12. And the women's side, we only have them through 10, and that's because we are still bowling their 11th game. Fetch scores, it fetches for the entire sorry. Okay, Mark Bufa says when we fetch scores, it fetches for the entire squad. So when there's a difference between both men and women's sides, you'll see it. Yep. That's all right. Yes, thank you, Joe. Perfect. Thank you. Yep. Guillaume just let us know that they have put it all in there, so all 6 games are going to be in for the men, so might just take a couple minutes, and that should update for you. Following along at home.
Getting on this side.
So, yeah, it looks like we saw kind of 2 tails of this squad when it came to a lot of these bowlers. Some really struggled with it, and some just absolutely killed it. So we did see a lot of high scores, but we also saw a lot of low scores. Mark Bufa says, I am impressed with Daniel Kwan's improvement over the years. I told his moms, and she gave props to Billy Rowe. Great job, Coach. Yes, I know my Daniel himself has made posts thanking Bill Rowe for his coaching. And Daniel's done great. Last year at team trials, he made the final 12, and he is currently, like I said, we're not fully updated here yet, but he is, he's down to 15th, but he only has him in for 11 games. So once that's his last game in there, should move up a little bit. All right, here we go. We're all updated. We got 12 games in for the men, and our leader is now Darren Alexander with his big finish. He jumps his way up into first, 28-41, and he is the only bowler that shot 2,800. That's a great squad for him. Daniel is in 13th. So he did finish with a 180 game, but he's still in a fantastic position heading into tomorrow.
Yep, so you can see that, hit that pinned what am I saying, the pinned chat at the top. We'll take it to Lexer. I've got it up on the screen. You can see there the men after all 12 games. So I'm going to scroll down here, get the rest of everybody in.
You see, the only person with 11 games is Curtis Vaughn. That's because he has withdrawn from the tournament.
Yes, and then after next squad, he'll just fall right to the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get back to the women here. So the women still have one more game, correct?
Yep, they're wrapping up game 5 here. We have Jade Cote.
Yeah, so that last game, we're going to get the whole game of the women. So all the men are done. Everything's done on that side. We're just waiting, and it is insanely busy in here.
Very busy as our league bowlers start coming in and trying to get to their lanes. We are most certainly in their way, and they're making their ways around us here. It's okay.
Yeah.
Looks like we have Sage, say Weekly. Sorry if I can't read that correctly. I believe she's one of the Manitoba people. She shot 213 that game, and that looks like to be the high on the 2 pairs we have on camera here.
Yeah, I believe it's Sage Wakely.
Sage Wakely. Great game for her.
So I'm going to flip this last game 6 of 6 over, so just a half frame early here. It takes them a few minutes to start up, so there is still one more game here with the women, so stay tuned, keep watching. We appreciate everybody for tuning in. You know, we're still over 200 people on here. Yeah, we got Mark in here. Mark's taking care of the chat with the scores for us.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. We'll put you on the payroll. Okay, so that wraps up game 5 for the women. One more game to go. It is 6 p.m. Eastern time here. We have been running behind a little longer than expected. And the women, by the end of the 6 games, have been 1 game behind. So we'll see. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in a minute. Okay, so while the lanes have shut off, there still is one more game to go, so stay tuned. And there we go. Scores are starting to pop up again with their lanes are back on. Okay, stay tuned. Here comes the 6th and final game for the women. We're live here, Laurentian Lanes, Montreal, Quebec, Canada for the 2025 CTF Canadian Team Trials.
Okay, so they did a little reset there and reset the lanes, but they're now underway in the 6th game. So here we go. Final game of the day for the women here. The men are all done, packed up. Conway on 58. We have Steph Vitero on lane 56. And a couple of strikes for them. We have Tiffany Griffith on lane 55 here. Looking pretty tight down lane for these girls now. Tiff hitting the head pin, getting most of the count there for an open frame, but she does get 9. Jasmine Brandt going for her spare here. Picks it up. Jason, thank you. We appreciate it. We're having a blast out here. It's a lot of fun to be here and to bring you all the action. The country's best bowlers competing this week to try and make Team Canada. Again, on Thursday, we are going to crown our men's and women's champions. We are going to have 6 men, 6 women make Team Canada, along with 4 boys and 4 girls for the juniors. Stefatero got it up to the pocket, nearly left to 7-10, but was able to get the 7 to go down. So just the 10 pin for her, as Samantha Cirillo picks up her 10 pin. And here on lane 57, we have our defending champion, Jennifer Basana, picking up the strike.
All right, what did I miss?
We have a few frames in here.
Yeah.
Some of the girls have managed some strikes, but it does look to me like they're pretty tight down lane, and they're not getting too many solid hits. You got to keep it at that pocket. Yeah, see, Tiff's ball didn't recover on her previous shot, so I think she probably tried to keep it a little tighter the head pin, and it got some movement. So she's got the baby split there, the 3-10. Here's Jessica Lee.
Yeah, so it's got a few things torn down here. Getting ready to pack up. This is our last camera to go. Like I said, it's busy in here. They kept league on. You know, not sure what time they start, but everyone's piling in here, getting ready. They'll probably start a little bit late, but you know, as a bowling center, you know, you got to make money.
Yeah, so they didn't want to cancel their leagues, but at the same time, we probably should have been wrapped up by now.
Oh, yeah.
If we were able to stay on schedule. So,
yeah, I think we probably should have been done by 5:30 at the latest, but because of that little bump in the road with the first squad and getting behind, it did not work out that way. But that's okay. It's just a long day. Makes almost a 12-hour day. And Artie's on there. Fun league shot. Yeah, so just looking around the people, this looks like it's an older crew. It looks just like a fun, casual hangout social league. I don't think anybody's going to be putting up some honor scores tonight on it. That's for sure. Yeah, 39 feet. You've got all the carry down after 6 games on it. If they are bowlers, I think they might have a frustrating night.
Here Conway, I think she just got that as it was falling in the gutter. She picked it up.
Yeah, I saw that out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, these are definitely long days. The first 2 days are long. Thursday will be a little bit shorter. We just have the step ladder finals at noon on Thursday. Should be done by 2. And all that.
Shot looked a little fast for Tiffany there.
Okay, I'm just going to check these scores again, see if they were up after 11.
I did just look, and
Yeah,
they're still at 10.
They're not. I did mention it to Guillaume. He was a little surprised it's taking, 10 to 15 minutes to actually populate on the website. Unfortunately, sometimes technology takes time. It's not instant. But it is what it is.
Looking into the women closest to us, just off of out of sight of our camera on 51, we have Miranda Panis is having a good game. She has started with the front 5.
So I'm just trying to think. Yeah, and unfortunately, the camera we've got going, if I try to turn it, I think there's a post in the way. So we'll just keep you updated on that over the commentary.
And that's a spare for Angel. She started with the front 3. Jessica Lee goes Brooklyn there. Doesn't get the hit though, leaves the 6'10". Yeah, the split's going on.
Looked like Miranda.
She opened there. Not sure what she left, but she got a 7 count on her first ball.
Yeah, it's tough to see from where we're at. Okay, so who do we have here on our stream that's still Jennifer Bassana open 3-bagger.
Nice one for Tiffany.
Yeah, I believe she's another bowler, Tiffany. She's been working really hard on her game.
Certainly.
Yeah, so she went 181, 202, 181, 189.
And she's moved up in the standings. Those scores are pretty good, this squad.
Yeah, because when we went back, her individual wasn't in there, and I was looking, I was like, okay, maybe she shot at 220, 230, and she didn't. So moved up with that score, and that just shows that the rest of the field is below that, going down. You know, Felicia's still leading. She's up about 90 pins on Miranda. You know, same with Miranda, 182, 170, 208, 193. Let's see what Felicia had. Felicia's gone 231, 204, 193, 186. So she's just over even. Captain Plaza, how many thumbs are raw this late in the game? So if you are not used to bowling 2 squads a day, 12 games a day, you could be in a little bit of pain. Thumbs probably swollen up, not fitting in the ball too well. But I mean, that's part of the preparation in getting here and coming here. You should be prepared to bowl 12 games a day.
Yeah, a lot of these bowlers are going to have multiple thumbs for different sizes. If they're, you know, they tend to swell as they bowl more games. I'm sure they're not feeling too bad, but not all of them.
Yeah. I remember too, it might have been last year or the year before, I believe it was actually Mark Buffa made a comment to someone. Even the finger inserts were swollen, and Mark said, you know, you should have inserts as part of your kit in your backpack. Larger sizes, smaller sizes. You have to come to these prepared. Having one ball come in with one fit, if you're not used to bowling the amount of games and all that, your hand is going to swell. That was a nice 5-7 conversion, Jen Basana. But yeah, you got to come prepared to these. If you want to win, you want to be a champion, you got to be prepared.
Yep. It's always good to keep inserts in your bag. I use the vacuum grips, so when I put my fingers in, it allows room for the grip to expand.
Yep.
So if I do swell a little bit, I'm still okay.
Yep.
But I always have extra sets in there in case I go to throw a ball, it comes back from the ball return missing an insert.
Yep.
You don't want to have to rule that ball out. It's always good to have extra ones that you can roll in.
Yeah, we've all seen that happen, even with thumbs too. You know, these interchangeable thumbs. You know, some brands don't screw in as far as others, and sometimes they get loose. You know, and I've seen bowling alleys too make posts on Facebook. They're like, oh, we cleaned out our ball return tunnels, and they put up a post where they've got 5 or 6 thumb inserts. You know, whose are they? Because they have fallen out. Yeah, come, be prepared. If you want to bowl at the top level, you have to be ready.
Going Brooklyn, carrying the strike. Angel.
Yeah, we still got 194 tuned in here. I want to thank everybody for sticking with us throughout this long day. 2 different streams. I know live here at Laurentian Lanes in Montreal, Quebec. I know when I rolled up this morning, it was still dark outside, and it is dark outside right now. So
Yeah.
it's been one of those days.
It's been a long day in the bowling alley, and the best part is we get to do it again tomorrow.
Yes, that is right. So yes, as far as squads go, we will be back again tomorrow morning. Practice is scheduled for 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We were a little late starting this morning as well. There were some announcements and the national anthem, things like that, that did push that back as well. I'm not sure if that's all happening tomorrow morning as well. But we'll be here 7:45, ready to go live. If there is any of that stuff, we might skip it on the stream and start a little bit later. We'll see what happens. But if the lights go on at 7:45, we'll be here. And first ball at 8 o'clock, ready to go for another 6 games.
Yeah, be sure to tune in. The best way to remember, press subscribe on the channel, and go and press the notify button on the stream for tomorrow, and you'll get a notification when we do go live tomorrow. So, looks to me like Tiffany Griffith made a ball change a couple frames ago, and she seems to have herself lined up with it now, at least on 56. So we'll see how she does on lane 55 when she's next up.
So we got Samantha, I believe it's Mick Vicker in the chat. I want to apologize to your family. We were calling MacGyver earlier, so apologies on the family name there. We're doing our best. Someone corrected me earlier, but thank you for tuning in, following your family members. That's great. Yeah, watching your son, Chase from Winnipeg.
Yes, Chase throws the ball exceptionally well.
Yeah, and it's always difficult too when you know, you're sending your son or something like that on a long distance trip. And I know in the past you could never really follow along, but thank you to technology, we are bringing him right to you into your you know, whatever it is, your computer, your TV, your smartphone watching, you can follow along, at least get some of the updates here. Get to watch some of his bowling. I know my brother's a past Team Canada member from, I believe, the 2004 area up till 2010, and that was kind of when technology started to pick up with that. I wish when he was bowling Team Canada stuff, I wish we had this back then, because I would have been glued to it. Yeah, we got Scott Gates just messaged me a photo. He's got it up on his big screen TV. Thanks, Scott, for tuning in, following along.
Okay, so we are down into
going into the 8th frame, finishing up.
Yep, we'll finish in the 7th.
Yeah, a couple more frames.
Some pairs are ahead; they're entering the 10th, and some are. Yeah, that's what we're all about. We're about the 7th frame on most pairs. Some are a little ahead of that.
I think it's going to work out. I think this pair on 55 and 56 is going to be the last ones done. So it's going to work out perfect. That's one thing with the women. There aren't as many women as there are men, so with even only having one camera, we're still getting the action on all the women here as they cross back between the games. So they should all be on camera a little bit, and then this last game we get a little bonus full game of them. Looks like Miranda Hannes is going to finish off with a 230, 231 if she strikes here. She is off camera on lane 51. You can't see that there, but that's going to be a solid game for her.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure what Felicia's got. I think Felicia's right on the higher end. But she's only about, where were we? I think about 90 pins back.
Yeah, so yeah. Miranda did get the strike to finish her game with a 231.
Yeah, we're finishing off here. They're wrapping up their 10th, and it looks like the other one's down on the higher end. There might be one pair in the 8th frame as well, but they're all pretty close. Just winding down these last minutes of the squad. Got to get out of here, grab some dinner, get some rest, because it's going to be an early morning tomorrow, especially for the bowlers. I mean, me and you, we've just been sitting here all day in a chair.
Yep.
You know, my body's feeling it already, but, you know, it's the same as if you're bowling. The physical aspect of it, and you basically have, like for these women, you've got 12 hours to recuperate and be ready for the morning squad.
That's it. There's going to be a lot of dinner and bedtime for a lot of these bowlers here.
Yep. I've been checking the scores, and I haven't seen the 11th game update on the women's side. So probably what's going to end up happening here is as soon as these ladies are done, we're going to be cutting off the stream. But be sure to click that pinned link at the top and refresh it probably 15, 20 minutes after squad ends, and you'll be able to update those scores. I'm not going to stay on the stream for 15 or 20 minutes just to show the scores. You guys can do that, check them on your own. And yeah, we will be back first thing in the morning.
Yeah, we'll be back first thing in the morning, and we can discuss the standings as we before we get started.
Yeah. Yeah, so even already Oliver on there. So many spares missed. So many missed spares, yep. Guillaume walks by every time he's on the microphone at the beginning or walks by or something. He says, and make your spares. We talked about it earlier. When you're bowling at this level in these hard sport patterns, and you're on a pattern like this where a lot of these bowlers are just grinding out to hit 170, 180, 190, you have to make your spares. You know, that takes a 190 game down to a 170 pretty quick.
Yeah, these tough conditions can be hard to string strikes on sometimes, and when you're not, you need to be making those spares. As Steph Fatero just barely misses that 10 pin.
Yeah, someone on 59 chopped 3 off the 3, 6, 10 as well.
Yeah, so Tiffany definitely does look like she was lined up. I think I made a good judgment there on this lane at least, because she seems to be going strike spare.
Another one, Jennifer Bassana, 144 in the 7th, just made the spare in the 8th.
Thank you, Samantha. Yes, we will see you in the morning.
We'll be here, bright-eyed, ready to go.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not, but we'll be here. Hashtag spares matter. They do. Yeah, and that's one thing too, for the people in the chat might not recognize some of these names. Some of these people in the chat are very accomplished former Team Canada members. In the chat here right now, Art Oliver Jr., Joe Kayak. Everyone's still bowling. Still putting up big numbers, I see.
Yep, if you do look, we do have the banners. There are banners hanging
Yes.
against the masking units, and you can see, I believe that's Joe Kayaks above lane 60.
I can't see that far. Yep, looks like it. Already saying I was just Joey's teammate. Captain Joey, the people's champ.
Yep, see, Tiffany's not getting the 10 out on that lane there, 55. So she's going to hope to pick that spare up and hopefully get a strike to finish off her day. Spare there. Shooting the washout, sending the head pin over against the wall and off the 10.
Yeah, so my bowling teammate John Wong Hinch just texted me. They're watching live from Revs Rose Bowl in Windsor, Ontario on our league night.
Right on.
I don't know if you know this. My team is bowling your team tonight.
Are they really?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I was kind of bummed about it. Because I was going to bring a phone and I was going to live stream when we bowl you and Darren.
Oh.
And
yeah.
then I'm looking at the schedule and it's like, team whatever versus, you guys. January 7th. I'm like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm here, you're here,
Yeah.
Darren's here. I don't know what kind of teams either one of us have tonight. But yeah.
Yeah, we have 5 bowlers on our team, so we still have 3 there.
Yeah.
DJ Rose and Chris Beaulieu and Ryan Reno.
Yeah, the other 3 on mine should be there as well.
Yeah. And then we had Aaron Bratt sparing for our team tonight.
Yeah,
His
nice.
team was full.
So yeah, Artie's in here. Maybe tomorrow you guys could get some bowler interviews. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. We did try. I tried to get a couple yesterday during practice. We mentioned it to the guys, and I think they were just so focused and they wanted to get out of here and all that, and it didn't happen. It only happened. I think we had Graham Faw in here. We had Darren on with you as well. This first day has been a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe what we'll do, maybe tomorrow, after the 3rd squad, we'll try and get some people, some bowlers in here. I would have liked to get the squad leaders in here, but there was just so much going on. We had the Hall of Fame, stuff.
Bug Darren Alexander to come in for a couple minutes, maybe.
That's completely up to you if he's hanging around.
If I can find him. He was standing back there. He's probably just talking in the pro shop with somebody.
Yeah, we might.
I'll take a quick glance and see.
Yep, you're number 1. Okay, so Kurt's going to take a little walk, see if we can find Darren, who's currently your overall leader, for a quick little chat. As we wrap up here in the 10th frame. With a lot of people around. Okay, Darren is on his way. Okay, so here's an interview. Artie got on us to get a bowler interview. So we're joined by Darren Alexander, current overall leader. I just want to come back here to the score. So far today, your first squad, 234, 219, 206, 252, 268, 248. Second squad, 235, 232, 203, 221, 279, 244. So I think you've had a pretty good day so far.
Yeah, it has been pretty good so far. I am not upset with that at all.
No.
Honestly, a lot of it, I've just been focusing on trying to stay on balance and throw the ball well, because I'm not feeling 100%. So honestly, sometimes when that's the case, it can make you have to focus on just execution more than anything. And so finding the right shapes and not overthrowing the ball and going through the pins the right way. So far so good.
Yep, so far so good. So the first squad, what were you throwing?
First squad started game 1 through a purple, then went into a phase 2 for about 2 games, and then through an NB tour the rest of the block, and then the second squad through purple for the first 4.
Yep.
And then went to a real time for the last 2, and that's all I threw.
So you haven't been making ball changes, haven't found the need to jump around, find the other stuff. So
no, not yet. I was able to follow it a little farther left with the purple than I'm used to being able to do with urethane, and then got into reactive, and reactive, I mean 279, 240 with reactive. So
yeah,
really, really good after that.
Yep. So that's good. So I'm just trying to think what else we can talk about here. So, you're no stranger to team trials. I think you would be considered maybe a veteran.
I think I'm getting to that point. Getting to that point that I would
be called a veteran.
I've done it quite a few times now, and I mean that's a big thing, right? Is the more times you do it, the more comfortable you get right off the bat, and I think that's a huge thing too. Is not feeling uncomfortable to get off to a good start, and that makes a big difference. And then being fairly comfortable in the building because we see this building quite a few times. So just all those things in combination, and realistically, a lot of times the building here likes the gutter likes to hook, and I like to play straighter to start. So it kind of falls into my wheelhouse a little bit. So that's always a bonus too.
Beneficial, yeah. So me and Kurt were talking about that, and it's like, if you want to bowl at the top level, you have to be prepared. You have to, train and all that. We know you personally and all that, and you bowl a lot. You bowl everything you can.
Yeah, as much as I can.
And that's it. If you were just a 3-game-a-week league bowler coming in here, it would not end very well for you. But like you say, you have to be prepared mentally. You have to be prepared physically and coming in here. So do you have a game plan for tomorrow, or is it just get a good night's sleep here, get in tomorrow, and just take it one shot at a time?
Yeah, I think the first thing we got to do is figure out food, because long day of bowling, not a lot of time to eat.
Yeah,
definitely hungry. And then tomorrow the 41-foot pattern I think we're going to see a lot of similar things to what we saw this morning. I think you're going to see a little more hook, so I think people are going to stay in urethane a little bit longer on the guys' side. On the girls' side, I don't think they'll need to throw it.
Yep.
And then I honestly think that pattern is going to be as high a scoring as this morning, if not higher.
Yeah, I agree.
And then in the afternoon, the 43-footer, I think you'll see a lot more reactive, a little more playing a little farther left, some bigger asymmetric balls going down the lane, and then breaking them down to get to the point. I don't think we're going to get in over the gutter with that, but we're going to definitely see a lot more people farther left and not opening their angles up so much. I got pretty far left the last game, but pretty steep angles. I think it's going to be a lot more shallow angles, and then transitioning into those medium, strong cores with cleaner, quicker covers. So
yeah, okay. So I'm not going to keep you any longer. We'll let you get out of here, get some food, get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow. So if you just caught us here, it's Darren Alexander. He was your overall leader for day 1. Day 2, we'll be back tomorrow. Practice is scheduled for 7:45 a.m. Eastern time, and lights start at 8 o'clock. So, and then the next squad, the cut to top 50, will be for 1 p.m. Hopefully we're on time tomorrow, less hiccups today, and that's going to be it. So for myself, Kurt Ridgewell, the Canadian Tenpin Federation, we've been live here, the 2025 Canadian Team Trials at Laurentian Lanes here in Montreal. Thanks to the sponsors, Canadian Preferred Moving, Atlas Canada, Dexter, Buford Bowling Distribution, Sport Canada, and FANA. So that's going to be all. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow.